Hey, good morning. Welcome to BCB Live. We are the safest station in the nation. We're here celebrating goals. We're celebrating all these things that we do. Drive safe, Dave. But you know what? We've got some things to talk about. As we talk about safety, as we talk about what we as a BCB Live, the safest station in the nation, what we're out there doing, boy, we got to talk about what happened in Fort Mill, South Carolina, with the another truck driver falling asleep. Yep. Running through that fire truck blocking the highway.
Another instance of when we've been talking about it, we talked about it last week, and then we talked about it the week before, of emergency vehicles on the side of the road, giving them the respect that they need, slowing down and being aware of the situation in all of those instances. And yet again, another one plowing through and causing and wreaking havoc. I think I didn't see anybody hurt, but I definitely saw a lot of damage.
Miraculously, nobody hurt again. But we talked to the fire chief from Denton, Texas, and he brought that up. You know, it is so daggum dangerous. And when we talk about what you've got to do out there on the highway, you know, first of all, we're going to talk about what happened here. But it's just another way to stress that we've got to move over. When we see a disabled vehicle on the shoulder, when we see a fire truck in the middle, when we see DOT pulled over somebody on the right, we have got to move over, and we've got to lead the highway, folks. We've got to take the ownership of this highway, put it on our backs, and lead these four-wheelers as well, and drive safe. What happened here, though, we had a case where a driver fell asleep.
That's correct. Driver fell asleep, and you know what? Miraculously, no one was killed. I mean, those kinds of things usually end up bad, usually end up tragic. And basically what happened today is we just hit the fire truck. That's what the fire truck was for. It was for to block, and it did its job. That $1 million truck damaged, destroyed, but no one killed. But you know, seriously, as you talk about it and you see those disco lights out there on the road, it's time to hit yours. It's time to hit your four ways. And before you go into these intersections, bring more attention to what's going on. Throw your four ways up and move through there slowly so that everybody can get the attention and the as much early notice as they can.
Yeah, and we're going to say this too. Hey, producer, what time did that happen? Do we have a time on that?
I believe it was at nighttime. I would have to look up the exact time to get
it was late at night. It was definitely dark when we saw the pictures on here. But listen, it could have been at 2 in the morning. It could have been at 7 in the evening. But when you're worn out, when you're tired, it's time to get off the road. That load you have is not important enough to kill somebody.
Yeah, so we actually had the report coming in at 3 a.m. On Sunday, so it did actually hit in a little bit later, and I know we have a lot of everybody has a lot of drivers that want to go and do a nighttime run. You know, I mean, even as a four-wheeler, you know, someone who doesn't hold a CDL, I sometimes prefer driving at night because there's less traffic, but it is a time where you do have to be aware of your fatigue, aware of your condition, because you get into an accident like this, and, you know, sometimes those lights look far away, you know, or they look like they're on the other side of the highway, and you come up and you just hit it sometimes, and you got to be aware.
These are some of the toughest times that truck drivers have. You know, this time right here, and that's a tough time. And even if you wake up and you've got a fresh 10, baby, I'm fresh, you're worn out at the beginning of your shift. You probably didn't do your walk around. You probably didn't do, you know, there's things that you don't do that early in the morning because maybe the fresh coffee's not there. I don't know, but here's what happens. You can start your shift at 3 in the morning, and you're worn out. Some of the worst accidents we see occur at the very beginning of the shift. Drive safe.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? I'll tell you that I was never fully ready for my week right after my 34 or right after my weekend. I mean, I would go home.
That's another good point. No,
and
sure.
I would go home on the weekend and I would work and I would do everything that I needed to get done at home, and then I would get a good night's sleep, as they say, and then jump in the truck at 3 a.m. to get started. And I was exhausted, and I would be tired already. And then it took about like Tuesday to get in my rhythm, right, where my time was clicking and I felt better. But there are times when you get up, you're not rested. There are times when you start your day that you're just not ready. And there are times when you get out there and your senses are dulled because you're fatigued because you've been doing other things. And I'll tell you, here it is. Here's the moment. Get out, walk around, take a look at what's going on. But if you are too tired and you realize and you find yourself dozing behind the wheel, or if you find yourself fatigued, don't lie to yourself. Don't be in denial. It's time to change. It's time to do something about it, and that's pull over and get off of the road.
Yeah, and when it's too late, it's too late. I mean,
right.
That means when you wait too long, you're already asleep, and it's too late. And drive safe, great point on that weekend. When you're coming off a 34-hour break, you've got to know what you've done, right? You have to know, did you stay up all night, all day, and watch that football game? Did you watch the Sunday night game? Because it was your team out there playing, and you did not get the rest you needed. Maybe you mowed, maybe you had a birthday party, maybe it was a barbecue, maybe it was the first time you'd seen your friends and family in months or in weeks, and now you've got to go and make this run because Drive Safe Dave, we are conditioned as drivers. We're conditioned in our industry. We've got to get it there on time.
Yeah.
And it's important, but it's not more important than life.
No, it's not more important than safety. It's not the first decision you make. The first decision you make is the safe decision, the decision that you need to make. And you know what? I tell you, the hardest part about all of this, Sir Rick, is being honest with yourself, being honest and not being in denial about being tired. Not being in denial about not being able to run, and not being in denial about having to communicate exactly what's going on with you, because that's what we want you to do. If you're tired, call somebody, tell somebody. We just don't want you back out there on the road. And if you find yourself out there on the road and you've been running 8-9 hours and you get tired, don't push it to the 10th hour. Don't push it to the 11th hour. Find a place to stop. Find a place to take a break. And you know what? With the new hours of service rules, you have every right to stop over, take a nap, and it doesn't hurt your clock. It doesn't hurt your clock at all.
I don't care if you hurt your clock or not. There's nothing more important than life. If you can't make it, you can't make it. Focus on that part there. Drive Safe Dave, did you see the FDA has approved Pfizer? Is that right? Is it approved?
Yep, approved.
FDA, so.
Not emergency anymore. Not emergency
anymore.
So
what are your thoughts on this as we talk about this Pfizer that got approved? And first of all, was there any lobbyists behind this to be the first one to get FDA approval? Another subject, another story. We won't have to go there, but here we go. Because I'm curious from the two of you. So what are your thoughts now as they believe now and they're pushing for businesses, for schools, universities, places to make it mandatory now for you to have that shot since it is FDA approved?
Yeah, and I think that's two different subjects. I think, to me, the FDA approval gives the gold standard that the medicine has enough research behind it, that is no longer research material, that is no longer emergency approved, that once it hits that gold standard of FDA approved, it's just like Tylenol out there on the shelf.
All right, so business, let's go through it. Let's go. Producer, mandatory or not, or do you believe business should be able to do that?
Before we get into mandatory or not, here's something that I want to build off a little bit of what Drive Safe Dave said. We do have one of the biggest sample sizes of any just in development drug that we've pretty much ever had, and there's millions of doses that have been given out, so we know what the effects are. I think the only places that should be mandatory are places that already mandate shots, right? So if you're in the military, if you're going to university, you already have to get shots for those things. It should be up to the whatever business to let its employees have that mandated. But I think places that already mandate their shots are probably going to add this to their list, and that makes sense to me.
So I think you know what, I have a lot to say, and there are a lot of things that go. So to me, medical professionals, when you walk in the hospital and you see your doctor or your dentist or what have you, or people that stick their hands in your mouth, I mean, don't you want those types of people vaccinated? And do you want people vaccinated that watch your children every day, that you take your infantile baby over to the home over there, or to the area where you leave them before you go to work? Don't you want those people vaccinated? Or wait a minute, your elderly people that are at the nursing homes, don't you want the people that take care of them? Where does it stop? And by the way, is it okay just to ask the military to do more for everybody in the world than what we're willing to do too? I think vaccination should be a lot to do.
You're taking what I said out of context. I was just giving an example of a place that already mandates. I agree. Hospitals need you to be vaccinated if you work there, I believe. I was just using the military as hey, these people typically have to be vaccinated before they can go out and do their service.
The folks
so,
at Famous Footwear, when they come to fit my shoe,
that's right.
I want them vaccinated because I don't want them touching my feet.
How about the lifeguard that swims in the pool that I swim in? Don't you make how about that lifeguard that swims in the same pool that I swim in? I'm just saying, it never ending. What about the guys that fix your food?
Okay.
What about the guy that cooks?
You know what? I brought it up. That's my fault, but I wanted to get your opinion because you know what? It's valuable. You bring the value to this thing, the passion behind that. Hey, Drive Safe Dave, we talked last week about bird's eye, and you challenged Sir Rick that, them cameras can't see a seal number.
Whoa,
they can't do that.
I didn't say that. I never said that. We can spy if we can identify.
Bird's eye is not FDA approved.
If we can read a newspaper from space, I think in fascinating technology, fascinating ability on what's going on, incredible technology, and you know what? We definitely have somebody that can speak to it firsthand,
we do.
right?
Hey, Mark, good morning to you, sir.
Morning, Drive Safe Dave and Rick. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic this morning. Excited to have you on today and really want to hear a lot about the technology that you bring and a lot of the ideas that are going on and what have you got going on in the industry today?
Hey, Mark, before you get there, I got a question for you because we got a challenge yesterday. All right, first of all, is that your real name? Is your name Mark Keating that does marketing?
Yeah, so yes, I think I was born to this role.
Perfect name.
Clearly, my parents were prophets because they named me Mark Keating, and I'm in marketing. Absolutely.
What else could you have done? I mean, it's not like you could have done like
I know. Seriously, it was. My dad was an engineer. He was very disappointed in me that I didn't get into engineering. So, I looked at him and I said, "Listen, you named me what you named me. How can I go wrong with that?"
That's total greatness right there.
That is. Hey, Mark, do us a favor. Hey, tell us in general a little bit about what your product is at Bird's Eye Security.
Yeah, so we were born out of, as you can tell from the name, building out security for commercial and industrial yards. Our customers are in the trucking ones especially. And so our customers have asked us over the years to expand into other areas, including monitoring the interior of the yard, making sure that drivers and vehicles are safe, and really, the benefits are tremendous once we're installed.
Yeah, you know what? We the producer's playing some videos there, Mark, and we see what happens out there in yards, and I think what you're showing us right there is, hey, the value that your product brings, because what we see here with that trailer getting pushed back, those are unreported damages at the end of the day that we don't know how it happened. Nobody knows. It just happened that way.
That's right. So what the biggest benefit that both drivers and owners of our clients tell us or relate to us is that it drives accountability. Quite frankly, there's no longer those mystery incidences or mystery damages that nobody can fess up on and can't be allocated to a specific individual. And as a result, that's the kind of stuff that we find, we catch, and we can push responsibility back to the individuals that fundamentally are responsible. The last thing a driver wants to do is pick up a trailer and on the exit get tagged for something they didn't do to a trailer, and now they're responsible for that damage, even though they didn't do it.
Yeah, and there's a video that was getting ready to show right there that showed a truck coming up the driveway, and again, the clarity of the camera shows that there's that left fender, it's knocked off, it's not there. It shows the damage to that truck and to where you can actually pinpoint to the tractor. You can also look at the trailer number, and I'm telling you, I've seen it. You can look at a seal number that's on a trailer as well.
Yep, absolutely. If we've got the right cameras in place, and it really does depend on our clients' needs, we will not only look at a seal to make sure that it's intact and stuff like that, but we can actually record seal numbers. And of course, as part of our normal operations, between the agents and the artificial intelligence that we have built into the system, we'll log tractor numbers, we'll log trailer numbers. We'll make sure that the seals are intact and record that, so that again we can drive accountability and make sure that everybody knows that at any given point in time, the information that we're recording and logging for our clients is accurate and up to date.
Hey, Mark, I want to talk a little bit about the security, right, of a driver in a yard, even. You know, when you have the security that you have with the bird's eye security system, you know what? A driver sleeping in a yard, they also should feel more secure, because, man, you definitely have somebody looking out and making sure that those folks that are coming in there should be in there. You have the ability to look at the speed as well on the yard to notify folks that people are driving too fast for the conditions as well, right?
Yeah. So fundamentally, if you think about what drivers really care about when they're near a yard, it's how fast can they get in and out, and fundamentally, are they going to be safe while they're on the yard? And as far as being safe on the yard, there's a couple different things. One is, can we enforce and can we monitor for the use of proper safety equipment? And we can. The short answer is, anytime somebody gets out of a trailer, a truck, we can make sure they're wearing their proper vesting, that they've got proper footwear on, and if they're doing anything on the yard, that they're doing it safely. If they aren't, we can notify them using two-way communication, make sure that they're aware of that, and fundamentally keep people safe by ensuring people are operating and acting in a safe manner on site. And that fundamentally benefits everybody, drivers for their own personal safety, and the owners of the lots from a liability perspective, for sure.
You know, I look at that, and some of the things that that excite me as a former driver, and also enjoy the safety aspect. You know, we've actually here at BCB, we encountered a fire on the yard, and I do like the idea that somebody's monitoring while people are out there sleeping, and could react, you know, quickly to those kinds of ideas, and keep the guys that, you know, when they're down, that they don't have to worry just have to worry right away about who's out there, what they're doing. And even something so simple as a fire could be started by a lightning bolt, or started by even a truck. Trucks can catch fire, and these kinds of things to help keep people safe even when they're here on the yard.
That's right. That does happen, and we have caught that. We have protocols in place specifically with our clients to address a lot of those kinds of edge cases. Clearly, you know, something as innocuous or as unintended as a fire can be caught. Our agents are monitoring the interior of the yard. They can see that that's happening, and call first responders right away. But as well, I mean, stuff that's a little bit more nefarious. We have clients in high crime areas where we will detect and deter trespassers onto the yard on a regular basis. And that's not something that a driver wants to have wandering around their truck or trailer either, if they're sleeping on a yard, or even if they're awake and wandering around. The last thing they want is somebody wandering up and waving a gun in their face.
Yes. Hey, Mark, we got a couple of minutes left here. A couple things I do have for you is, number one, hey, if you do see people coming out of a trailer, hey, let's just call 911 or Homeland Security. Hey, but no, I'm just kidding. Hey, on the question, when a driver's checking in, trying to come into the yard, and you're talking about the security vest, right, that they should have on.
Yep.
What are you doing to enforce that? How does a driver know? Do they just sit there and wait for the gate to come open and it never opens up? How are you talking to them about that?
No. So the way that we do gate operations is we have a two-way communication and a couple different cameras. When the actual driver rolls up to the gate, we'll actually greet them. Our live agent will actually greet them through the two-way communication and ask them to put up their ID up into the ID verify box. And their ID will be matched against their own face. And if they happen to not be wearing proper PPE, then we will let them know that they need to go and put on their vest, or more often the case that they need to put on proper footwear before we can let them into the actual yard. Similarly, if they haven't done proper pre-trip inspection or any of those kinds of things that our clients would require prior to exiting the yard, we can monitor for that and actually deny exit to the yard should a driver really have just skipped that entirely or done it inappropriately or less than thoroughly.
All right. Hey, Mark, I want to thank you again for being part of BCB Live. Hey, what's the best way should somebody want to get in contact with you?
Listen, our website's probably our best asset, birdseyeSecurity.com. If somebody wants to reach out to me directly, funny enough, both mark.keating and marketing@birdseyeSecurity.com both work. It's basically the same thing, right?
That's the greatest name ever. I'm going to tell you that right now. The greatest name ever. Good job. Hey, we appreciate what you're doing for security, for safety as well throughout the yards across America. Hey, keep it up. We love that kind of stuff here at BCB Live.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mark, we are the safest station in the nation, and we appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Man, drive safe, Dave. That's pretty slick, right? That's some amazing items there that I like from a driver perspective, to be able to sleep out of the yard. Absolutely. I just think it makes you feel a little better.
Absolutely. And also to know that somebody's there. Most of the time we do what we do right? And we want to make sure that everybody around us is doing right. And even if you're asleep in a bunk, your trailer can be hit, your truck can be hit, and if somebody's not acting right and not doing what needs to be done out there, you want it addressed, because they're just making it difficult for you to do your job. And I appreciate that on every aspect. Speeding through yards and doing those kinds of things are very, very, and I think this is neat technology. Very, very, I think it's going to be going, it's the way of the future. Don't you believe that?
It's the wave of the future. Yes, sir. You're a great point. Hey, we'll be back in about 1 minute. Still here.
What's the matter? A little tense about the flight?
Something like that.
There's really nothing to worry about, Mary. Statistically, they say you're more likely to get killed on the way to the airport. In a head-on crash or flying off a cliff or getting trapped under a gas truck. That's the worst. I have this cousin. Well, I have this cousin.
Lloyd, could you keep your eyes on the road, please?
Oh, yeah. Good thinking. Can't be too careful. A lot of bad drivers out there.
Back to drive and drive safe, Dave. That's a little extreme. I'm going to say a little extreme, but it's real. We can turn around and talk to somebody for what we think's a second or two, and it ends up being a whole entire conversation.
Yeah, and it's not just turning around and talking back there in the bunk area. It's even something so simple as talking on the phone or talking to the passenger next to you or what have you. Those kinds of things can give you that momentary sense of distraction. We don't realize exactly how long we do something sometimes. We think it's the wink of an eye, and it really isn't. It is a little bit longer, and it is delayed in a lot can happen, especially when you realize that in that wink of an eye, you've traveled 100 feet.
Yeah, and it doesn't just have to be talking either. That can be on that daggum cell phone. And listen, if you're out there watching, you're watching BCB Live right now. We're the safest station in the nation for one reason. It's because we're focused on the safety aspect, the distractions, and drive safe. One thing we've gotten very good at is we admit it, right? We admit that sometimes we're just bad, and when you realize you're on the cell phone, when you realize you're texting, and listen, although we tell you not to do it, you're your own boss out there. When you catch yourself doing it, you got to have action. That means put that daggum phone down.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I guess the most difficult part is when it dings you, right? When you're listening to the headset and you're listening to that music that you're playing on your phone, or you've got that one ear or whatever you have, and you're driving, but then all of a sudden you hear that ding, and you have that moment where you wonder, who's calling me? Who's calling me? And you want to find out who it is, and you can see it over there, and it's your wife's picture, or it's your husband's picture, that says that they're calling or texting. Man, don't pick it up. Stay away. Don't do it. Don't read it. Just wait. And if you need to, pull over. Take a break. Hit the exit. Go to the stop sign. Do what you have to do. Find a moment. Get you the Pepsi, the hot dog. Text all you want while you're stopped. Take your 30-minute break, or take you 5 minutes or 2 minutes, whatever it is. But that's way safer than traveling down the road at 100 feet per second and not doing what you need to do.
Yeah, and another thing that we catch ourselves saying, and I've been there too, and I talk to folks that say, you know what? I never do it when my grandkids are in the back. I don't do it when my kids are in my car. But listen, if the kids aren't in there, if your grandkids aren't in there, there's somebody else out there on that road that has their kids, their grandkids with them as well. That safety, that desire to be safe, drive safe, Dave. And as we approach, 98 days?
Yes, sir.
98 days within BCB Live of driving safe. It's huge. That's showing our commitment. That's showing your commitment to safety, your commitment to focusing on those distractions. And it doesn't mean you're perfect. I do want you to know that. It does not mean you're perfect. What it does mean is that you're catching yourself, right? You're catching yourself riding somebody a little too close. You're catching yourself going through that light. You see it's going to change, and you're starting to act. And when you start acting on these things that you see, boy, let me tell you something. You become a BCB driver. You become a safety driver, focusing and living on one thing, the principle of protecting life. There's nothing more important than that, drive safe.
No, there's not. And you know what? We can get better every day. We work every day to hone our craft out there on the roads. And I'll tell you, probably some of the most difficult things is just to improve and change what it is we do every day. And I'll tell you some of the things when we talk about speed and spacing, and we talk about distracted driving, and we talk about the pre-trips, and we talk about get out and look, and we bring all these things to the table. I'll tell you, if you get all of these things 100% and you work on them every day, you have a great chance of being the BCB driver out there on the road that teaches everybody and is the shining example of what it means to be safe.
Yeah, and some things, and we talked, if you're just now watching the show, you can also come back and watch us on the YouTube channel. Take a look at BCB Live. Follow us at BCB Live. Drive Safe Dave, one of the things we spoke about today early in the show was with Bird's Eye Technology, right? Security system. Some things that they also do, it's pretty slick. And you know, I'm going to ask you as a driver, if you come up to that gate, leaving the yard, you're coming up to the place, security cameras there, and they say, hey, you've got to do your pre-trip right here, right now. And they have the security camera that shows you getting it done. What are your thoughts about that? And when you get out, drive safe, we're going to make sure you have the right shoes on, the right vest on. Is that going to piss you off?
No, you should already have the right shoes on. You should already have the right vest on, and you should already have done your pre-trip. These are just friendly reminders to go ahead and do the right thing. It's like, hey, you know, make sure you do it. We want to remind you to be safe out there. And if you haven't done your pre-trip, you're not ready for the road. I mean, and every driver out there knows that. If you have not looked at your trailer and you looked at your truck when you just got in it and you've been on, or you just woke up from a 10-hour break and you haven't looked at it, You're not ready for the road.
But Drive Safe Dave, what's going to happen? Here we go. When our local driver picks up the trailer, is going out to that load that delivers to a huge customer, a big customer. They go out, they pick that trailer up, they get to the gate only to say, you've got to do your pre-trip now. And now they're going to be late because I had to get my daggum pre-trip done because old Birdseye, Big Brother's up there watching me, telling me, hey, put your vest on, put the right shoes on, and do a pre-trip.
You know, again, the trailer's not ready to be on the road. The driver is not ready to be on the road with that piece of equipment if he hasn't checked it or she hasn't checked it. It's imperative to understand you're not ready.
Hold on. You're telling me something. Hold on. You're telling me right now that safety is more important than customer service, getting that load to the customer? Who pays the bills, brother?
You know what? Safety pays the bills. And if you don't understand that or appreciate that, you're not listening to BCB Live. Safety pays the bills. Safety pays the bills because if you deliver the load safe, that right there will pay the bills. Not making it to the delivery, not costing somebody their life, that certainly won't pay the bill. Where is the cost efficiency ever in somebody losing their life?
Drive Safe Dave, it's what we've got to continue to do here, right? Is to get that same thought you're saying on everything we do. And that means you may have to get to your job. You may have to wake up 30 minutes early to actually do a pre-trip. That means you may have to do it. But Drive Safe Dave, I can just log in my bed. I can sleep and say I did my pre-trip. You're telling me I have to get out and look?
You have to get out and look.
But hold on a second. I do have a problem. What if I find something wrong? Now I'm going to lose my money. I'm not going to be able to drive. There's a tires jacked up. Now what am I going to do? Now I have to wait on you?
Yeah, thank God you found something wrong. Thank God you did the job that you needed to do and you were able to identify a very serious problem. What if you had gotten out on the road and that tire had blown and had killed somebody? What if you had gotten out on the road and you got pulled over? Now you got points against your license. You got a DOT inspection and you got a ticket. What happened? Because you didn't do the pre-trip and you didn't do your job. Your job, number one primary purpose in life, is to be safe out there on the road. Bar none. The other stuff is secondary. Everything else is secondary besides saving a life.
All right. Hey, we got to take a little break. We're going to come back with some weather and some road conditions on BCB Live. We are the safest station in the nation.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is Buckle Up Bob. I hope you're all having a great, safe start to the day. We're talking this week about the CSA categories, okay, for all the drivers out there. What do they mean? Maybe you know, maybe you don't know. Yesterday, the number one category that all carriers and drivers faced the hardest time with managing was vehicle maintenance, right? And so just to understand, what does it mean? 80% is the threshold. What does that mean to a driver? That means, or a company. If you're listening out there, what it means is when you get to that threshold, DOT can now come in and set your company's policies, right? You talk about big brother, big government involved in your careers, your business. You don't ever want that. So you have the opportunity to control that. And you heard Sir Rick and Drive Safe Dave talk earlier about pre-trips, right? You have to inspect the equipment. And if it's not right, it doesn't go on the highway. The second category we want to bring up today is hours of service, right? What does all go in there? Of course, the hours violations are part of that, but also the false logging. If you fuel up and you're not on duty, if you do a random drug test and you're not on duty, right? If you're taking the truck to get service and you're not logging it as on duty, that's false logging. Also your form and manner, right? You have to have the correct trailer number and bill of lading number on every on-duty status, right? It gives you the chance. One of the biggest ones and it's the easiest ones to avoid is certifying your logs, right? Part of your pre-trip should be look at your previous day's logs. If they are correct, you certify them, right? Because that is a violation on the hours of service. Also, one of the things is, not knowing how to send your logs to the DOT enforcement. You should practice this daily if you do not know. Don't ever let it become a problem to where you don't know how to do it. It's very simple. It's usually a 3 to 4 step process, and you don't have to carry it out, but you can practice it each day. You're sitting at a customer, maybe go through it and make sure you can do it. It's an easy way to get a clean inspection versus not getting one. So hours of service is the second biggest one, probably that carriers and drivers face. And so we want you to understand the rules, the regulations, and make sure that you are being in compliance. It is part of the compliance issue. The threshold for hours of service is 65%. So again, you know, what does that mean? That means in the group of whatever carrier you are, you're all put in a group of similar sizes and things of that nature. And so you rank among the others in that group. And if you are not in that best of the best, if you will, if you start getting close towards the bottom of that group, you open yourself up for DOT to come in and say, this is what you're going to do to correct this problem. So it's up to each and every one of you, and these are controllable. As we shared, I think some of the most carriers fight the most is brakes and tires on the vehicle maintenance. Tires are easily checked. You can do it more than once, you know. Many think you just do a pre-trip once when you start. But, you know, you can run over things. You can go to a customer, pick up something in that tire. So when you stop, before you leave, check them tires again. Every time you stop, walk around, look at your tires. See if you hear a leak. See if you see a nail or a screw in one. Get it replaced so that you don't go out there and lose a tire coming down. Check the lug nuts, you know, especially after service. Don't focus, don't assume that mechanic did their job right. We've seen things in the past throughout the industry where a wheel was replaced and the studs were put the wrong threaded studs, so the lug nuts actually loosen as you go down the highway. We've seen where they didn't torque the lug nuts, so you need to check them, make sure that none are loose, right? It's all things that you can do to help protect life as you go through what the CSA and their measurement categories are. Just remember, it takes, on average, depending on the points, but if you get a tire, you're looking at 30 points. It's going to take about 7 clean inspections to wipe out them 30 points, right? So again, these come on in about a 30-minute inspection, and they stay on your record or the company's record for 3 years. So that 30 points is going to come off 10 points a year for the next 3 years. So in a 30-minute inspection, you got 30 points. It's going to take 3 years to come off that record. Hey, we're going to go take a little break. Oh, we go right into the weather. Sorry about that. So what we're going to do is we'll see it's pretty mild today. As you can see, we got some storms up there in St. Paul, Minnesota area, and then a little bit down south, just some scattered showers as we go. Today, it will pick up again in Florida. So we can see about 2 o'clock, you can see that southeast quarter along the Gulf Coast as well. And then again, up here near the Chicago, Minnesota, that system moves over into Wisconsin, if you will. But not much else going on. And that kind of goes through the evening, as you can see. They fire up again in the St. Paul, Minnesota area. But the rest of the country kind of dries up. Just a few little scattered showers. And then tomorrow morning when you wake up, again, a lot of the same. You can see right up there in that Chicago area, you're going to see the strongest storms, if you will. We also get a break on the wind. Yesterday was a little windy yesterday afternoon. So now you're going to see today, about 3 o'clock, we see a little bit of wind up there in the north, the Dakotas and Minnesota, but it starts to die down pretty quickly. You can see there, not much going on. We're in the upper 20 gusts potential. These are all forecasted. And then as you can see, tomorrow morning, not much wind going on. And then tomorrow afternoon, it picks up a little bit, but again, not them 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts potential that we saw yesterday. So as our wind goes, we're going to make sure, you can see Fred's gone. Not much going on. There's a little disturbance down there as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that, but not much going on in the hurricane area. So, just watch the wind a little bit. That usually requires for all the drivers out there, depending on your weight, 5 to 10 miles per hour drop in speed. And watch the curves, right? Remember, them curved speed limits are posted for four-wheel cars, not the truck. So please slow down. That's our weather. So we'll take a quick break and be right back with some videos.
Well, it's always good when we don't have any hurricanes. Buckle up. Good job on that weather forecast.
I got rid of them all for you.
That's what you got to do. That is the power we have here at BCB Live to control things like wind and weather and that wind, Bob, one more time. Boy, you did a great job yesterday. You said, you know what? Tomorrow we're just not going to have it as bad. And look there, Drive Safe Dave, no wind.
Yeah, you know, it's nice not only to be able to forecast it and predict it, but control it. And that's nice. Good job, Bob. So can you turn the temperature down just a little bit for this weekend? Can you make that happen?
I could, but I enjoy the warm weather. So, yeah, it's always nice when it's windier inside this building than it is outside.
Well, there's a lot of wind coming from that side over there.
I didn't want to point.
Lots and lots of wind. Hey, you brought up a point that I do want to touch a little bit on, the wind conditions. When we're running into wind, and you said reduce your speed, say that one more time.
Yeah. Reduce your speed. You know, I mean, it's whatever you got to do, but there's so many factors. You know, are you empty? Are you under, you know, we have there's a kind of a standard out there by the, I think it's American Trucking Association. I'll get that up and we can put that in, but the recommended speed reductions, and folks, they recommend that over 40 miles an hour, you don't drive. Any trailer can be blown over. Now, we don't quite go that far, but we absolutely require, you know, the good thing, rule of thumb is that you get it down to under 50 miles an hour when you've got gusts over 40 miles per hour, because it can blow any trailer, any truck over at any time. And then there's always a microburst that come out of nowhere. I remember, I think it was last year, a year before, the wind gusts were forecasted to be 60. We had people shut down, and a microburst hit 102, came out of nowhere. And so you've always got to worry about that as well.
All right. How about little videos? I'm ready. Show me some videos, producer.
Yeah, here's a great job. Again, this driver coming down in the right lane, right? Look at the space. Their situational awareness is good. They start to slow down because traffic's merging. Look at that. They actually increased space, this driver did. Just a phenomenal job at being courteous out there, but overall getting that big picture and, you know, keeping the speed and space. That is critical to avoiding accidents and protecting life.
You know, I look at this video, and once again, we talk about it, and we're in a multi-lane, many-lane highway here that has at least 8 on each side, so you know you're in a metropolitan area. And if you're going to be in the right-hand lane and you're going to be slowing for traffic, you know that merge point is yours to manage, because you're going to have to encounter it every time that somebody enters the roadway. Fantastic job here of not only being aware of the merge point, but making sure that they're comfortable with getting on and knowing full well that you're back there and you got it. You got it for them.
Well, and one of the things drivers forget, I think a lot, is, you know, the driver here has the right of way, but what we try to get the industry to focus on is not who's at fault, but preventability. And by slowing down and letting them in, that prevents the accidents. And that's what's key here, is not who's at fault, because there's no way this driver would be at fault, but this driver absolutely has control over this situation to prevent any potential.
You know, there's that moment when people merge on and they see a big truck in that lane. There's that moment, and when they do, there's that moment of hesitation. That's been eliminated right here by the way the driver reacted.
Yeah, this driver, again, everything is pretty good here, but you heard earlier we talked about move over, right? We don't know what's going on. We've got the space. We've got the, you know, we should be getting the big picture. And here's a problem. There's nothing in this mirror right now, and we see this truck. We could have been signaling, or this driver could have been signaling, getting over and creating that space. Remember, space isn't just what's in front of you. You've got to watch the space when you can on each side and behind you. And here's a great, what if that's an emergency vehicle, right? You've got to get over. It's a vehicle in distress. So that would be what we can learn. Every driver can learn from this driver is, hey, good job on the space and the speed, but let's move over when we see a potential issue on the side.
What do you see here that catches your eye about this vehicle out here right now?
So the vehicle that broke down, to me, maybe he could have gone a little further anyway. If I'm the driver too, isn't he on the bridge kind of drive safe for the overpass a little bit?
There's a couple of things here that are bad. Sometimes you don't get to pick where you break down, but if you can, you need to get over, get off, and do what you can. But you need to put out your cones right away. One of the first things you should do is signal to everybody else that your vehicle's in distress. You should never be broke down on the highway and not have your cones out. It should be one of the very first items that you grab. Get out there, let people know what's going on.
But we did talk about one thing, and let's just say it one more time, is that we have got to make sure we're focused on getting over in that next lane.
Or slowing
down. Boy,
down.
This is scary. Yeah, or slowing down. If you can't get over, then slow down. But we have to do, and we must protect life and drive safe. This is scary, even at 30 miles an hour, getting that close to truck, because you don't know what's going to happen on that. We have another video?
Yes. Got a lot of good ones today. Hey, this is just going to remind, intersections are dangerous. Look at this. Got the merge point. Great job getting the big picture and able to slow down, but that's the thing. Preventability would have been your fault, no, but you got to prevent all accidents, because anybody can die in any accident. And here you've got somebody else making a mistake, and that truck is heavy. You can see that hauling that big piece of equipment.
And this truck ahead of us needs to know the BCB lives. They need to learn something about stale green lights, because, my friend, that's a red light they just ran.
Absolutely. That is absolutely a red light.
Somebody get them on BCB Live. Seriously, look at this. They've got to hear the story. Watch it.
Yellow.
Look.
It's yellow.
Right now.
Yeah, now it's red.
And what's he got in that thing? He took off.
Yeah.
I mean, he took off. That's impressive, the speed. I'll give it to him for that. Watch him drive safe, Dave. He's there, and he's like, all right, I'm out of here.
Hey, gear jamming it. Look, right here. Gear
he
jamming
gone.
No, he's not. That's just this driver slowing down.
That's us slowing down.
That's just that driver slowing down. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Next video.
Yes. Hey, here again, stale green. This driver started to slow down, but not enough, and that driver ran a yellow light. Right. This is dangerous. Intersections, folks. We've got to remember, intersections are the most deadliest place, especially on these rural highways. You just get people all over the time running red lights, but here, got to slow down, prepare to stop, own that spot, delay that point of a driver I heard one time talking said commitment to the intersection. Well, you slow down that commitment. Here, you're committed already. Well, you shrink that distance by slowing the speed down. And again, in a 5-year period, there were 2.5 million accidents in intersections. It's important that the drivers know that out there, because of that, 26%, or about 650,000, were fatal.
Hey, drive safe, Dave. I want you to talk about stale green lights. We brought it up a couple times here. Hey, what is a stale green light? What does that mean?
A stale green light is a light that's been green for a while. In fact, most of the time when you come around the corner, or it comes into good view and it is already green, and you don't know the exact time, how long it has been timed or how long it's been green, but lights are only there for a short period of time, and they change colors at the intersections. The stale green light, by definition, is a light that has been green for a while. It is stale, and it is due to change soon. And if we realize that the light's due to change soon, we need to prepare for it in a great way. Remember, yellow is not when you go into an intersection. Yellow is to clear the intersection. That is its design. That is what it's made for. It is not made to enter into the intersection.
Got another one?
Point. Yes, we got some good. Hey, this was talked about yesterday, actually, and we at BCB Live have talked about this a lot. The thing to remember, statistics say that when you've got a long line here, again, you're in the lane, you still have to slow down no matter what the speed limit is, because 1 out of 4 or 5 will jump out. And there goes the number average up, because 2 jumped out at the same time. And that's what you got to prepare for. This happens. Every driver out there has seen this. So it's that situational awareness. Know that just because they're stopped doesn't mean you can do the speed limit by them, because this is what will happen to you. Great job by this driver, by the way, managing the speed, going slow enough to be able to, we could see the road in between him and that car that jumped out there.
We have this is a twofold problem that drivers encounter every day, that this person that's in that turn-only lane jumps out really early. Guess what they're probably going to do when they get close to the exit? They're going to try to squeeze in and they're going to hit their brake again, and they're going to cause you to slow. So you just got to be genuinely prepared and be genuinely aware of what's going to and you've got to think how they're thinking, right? You got to think how the burglar.
Ask me, as a professional four-wheeler, right? A professional four-wheeler, listen to me. For some reason, we look for the big truck because we can hop in front of him and ease on down. We have no common sense. Right. We're professional four-wheelers. We are more important. We've got to get further up the road. And yes, we're probably going to merge right back into the right and slam our brakes in front of the same big truck that we just caught off. So when you're driving the big truck, look for the professional four-wheelers that are going to use you as a reason to get out in front. The dumbest reason you could have pulled out in front of a big truck. But listen, we don't do this for a living. We're not that smart.
Nope, not at all. Here we go. Here, this driver is, even at 6 miles an hour, I believe it's going. Stop means stop. And again, this is real. And boy, there's some great technology out there that the industry's going to where this gets picked up by AI cameras and automatically can coach drivers. And this is just huge because here, this is and on the way most set up wouldn't be considered running, but absolutely rolling through, which is still dangerous. We know that intersections are the most dangerous. So you just got to remember, Drive Safe Dave's been wearing signages for almost a week now. And so, again, got to pay attention to the signs that are out there.
Not only that, and I watched this video, and a couple of things brings to my attention. If you know you're going to make a left-hand turn, you've basically moved 2 lanes over. You jump 2 lanes here. You jump from the middle lane all the way to the turn lane without a pause in them or without a break. That also is illegal. And again, you've got to make sure the intersection is clear. Stop means only one thing. Yeah. It doesn't mean almost stop. It doesn't mean come maybe stop. It doesn't mean you should get close to stop. Stop only means one thing on a street sign, and that means you must come to a complete stop before you proceed into the intersection. That's all that sign means. It doesn't mean anything else.
Yep, and hey, listen, I think it's producer tomorrow. Do we have Netrodyne on? So we're going to talk tomorrow. Great interview with Netrodyne tomorrow. We're going to go over kind of what Buckle Up Bob was talking there about the AI now that can look and see a stop sign and knows that we're rolling through it or knows that we're running through it. That intelligence, that camera that's out there, listen, you can't fool it anymore. But right now, if you don't put your hard brake on, nobody's going to know. Certainly, you're not going to hit your emergency key. Hey guys, watch this video.
Watch me run this.
And it's so some cool technology that's out there that's really there for one thing, to help protect life, to help us coach. We have any questions out there, producer?
Well, we got this is an amazing video. This driver, watch this, sitting at the light's green. And just waded through that, Look at all the people that ran the red light the other way, because there goes a fire truck, but it's green.
Oh my!
And if you jump out there, again, it's why just because it's green, take a few seconds and make sure.
Let me tell you what's really scary about this video is you see the van truck to your right, the straight truck. On the other side of him is a vehicle, and that vehicle is blinded by the intersection. Can't fully see. You see that family van and pulled out of there when it was green. And if the other vehicle hadn't, and that's how dangerous these intersections can be, because that driver is completely blinded by what's coming on the left-hand side. And this truck definitely ran that light.
Not only that, but when we watch this video again, there's something else that stood out to me. Watch this video. And if we'll pause it when the fire truck goes through right now, okay? In about a second, this light turns green, which means this fire truck and that other truck making a left turn there, we're doing it through the yellow. We just seen where another truck ran the yellow, right? And this is what can happen. And, both of those, because there it's green. And they were still in the picture. So that means both of them vehicles turned and was in the intersection on yellow versus stopping as well.
Well, them intersections, they're deadly, they're dangerous. We've got to look out for them. We've got to make sure that we're getting ready to stop at that light. Yes, I know it's green, and if it's been green a long time, then odds are it's going to change. Get ready. Don't put yourself in that situation, because last thing we want to do is to have an accident, to kill somebody in them intersections. That's what it's like. Producer, who do we got?
Yeah, we got Alan Arnold and then Cool Dude. So Alan Arnold, what do you got for us, sir?
Hey, good morning. Got a couple questions. And can you pull that video back up with the truck stopped on the shoulder or on the bridge, whatever it was there that we went by?
Yes.
All right. So, question, Mr. Dave. On these new Volvos, how many side boxes do we have?
We have one side box that on the driver's side, and then the other side box is actually taken by the APU unit.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking, all right, look how close we are. Look how deadly that could be if that door gets opened. Okay. Now you expect the driver to get out and put their triangles out. So, the reason I'm bringing up side boxes is I got two, and I keep my triangles on the passenger side. That way, if I am on the shoulder, I can exit out the passenger door, get my triangles, I'm safe, and I can walk along the passenger side and put my triangles out.
That's great, but in these new Volvos, you can access the triangles by just simply raising the bunk and reaching down and grabbing the triangles without ever leaving the cab. So you're able to access. You're actually able to access not only everything in the side boxes, and that can include many things, even extra safety equipment. It can include a lot of stuff, not just triangles, but there's a lot of things in there that if you need them, you can actually access them by just raising the bunk up and then touching.
Hey, but Alan, you bring up a great point because not everybody in America is driving a brand new Volvo. So what you're saying is absolutely true. Get prepared for that. Have the triangles on that side too. Great point on that.
Who else we have?
Yeah, Mr. Rick. Do you think you could reach out to your contacts?
Alan, we're losing you there, buddy. All right. Hey, cool dude. Where you at, buddy?
Yeah, I only got one question and 47 parts. No, I'm just joking, man. Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Man, we are blessed, cool dude, and always a pleasure to have you on the show.
What's going on, Warren?
Yeah. Hey, no, I got a question about this artificial intelligence they have using the cameras and stuff. That's been out for a while, and they've got that stuff pretty, nailed down. Even the yield signs, everything.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these guys are gonna have to quit doing the roll and stop. You know what I mean? I see drivers doing rolling stops all the time down in New Jersey, and it's a bad deal. Straight up. So and illegal U-turns and everything else.
Yeah, hey Alan, and so tomorrow we're gonna have them on the show tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry, cool dude. We're gonna have them on the show today. Sorry about that, Alan, for getting you confused with cool dude. I don't know who do I owe the apology to? They're both they're both right on. They're both spot on. Hey, cool dude. Listen, we are going to have a great interview tomorrow with Netrodyne on their camera system. They're going to talk about that and what they're also, and we're gonna review and see are some of the aspects that they have that give you, the driver, the ability to go back and review what you did, right? To look at the cameras you did and say, hey, you know what? I did roll through this stop sign, and it's your cameras. It's not Drive Safe Dave. So some cool stuff that we have, especially for a cool dude like you. Producer, who else we got?
Yeah, we got Mike Smith on the line. What do you got for us, sir?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Dude, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to say I appreciate y'all for the safety, the best safety station in the nation. Going on every to just say, I have my daughter with me, ride with me in the summertime, so I let her listen to our safety show, and when I'm at home, she's like 13 now, finna be 14, so she's getting ready to drive and this and that, on and off. So when I'm at home and we're in the car riding, I try to tell her and explain to her about the safety things out here on the road, getting her prepared. So I remember this last weekend, I was driving and I came through a yellow light, and I was like, well, this is how you slow down when you see a yellow light, because it's going to get ready to change. That's how you say all the time, be prepared to stop. So I came up to this one yellow light, and I was finna get ready to speed up to get through it. And she's like, Daddy, slow down. So I'm like, yeah, you're right. I just told you that. So
yeah, you got an expert in the car.
Yeah, she called me out on it. That makes sure. I mean, that's good that she was paying attention to what I was trying to teach her. But yeah, but I appreciate y'all. That's all I want to have to say. So y'all have a good day.
Hey, we appreciate that,
Thanks,
Mike. And you know what? Hey, let's get a shirt out to his daughter, 14-year-old. Let's get her a shirt out there. It'll have a bunch of ugly dudes on the back. I'm just gonna tell. It's orange. I don't know if kids wear orange shirts, and there are cartoons in the back, and it's safety, drive safe day. But you know what? I think she's been safety struck.
Yeah, and you know what? We've got a new safety expert in the car, and it's not only an expert, it's your conscience talking out there in the
Love it. Great parenting there too.
Hey, let's go to a break. Before we go to a break, let's do a quick prayer. Drive safe. You want to do it?
Yeah. Heavenly Father, we gather before you for everything that you gave us today and everything that you will give us today. Father, we ask that we take a moment to appreciate the blessings in our lives, and that we also ask to keep ourselves safe and our drivers safe out there on the road. Bless them today, Father. Give them the strength and the courage to do the right thing today, each and every moment. We ask all these things in your name, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
An interesting little feature, like if it continues to dip, but normally I would still expect this to come back up because we've got Labor Day coming up. This is just a moderation in the trend, in the near-term trend.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, there's so many different things, variables involved right now that can really influence because of, like we've talked about so many times, the hypersaturation of the demand on the capacity, right?
Right.
Is I would imagine you probably have some insight as to markets that are causing that.
Yes, I do. I do have a few insights, but the interesting dynamic here is that all of these years are so different.
Oh yeah.
Every single year, 2019, 2018 right here.
Yeah.
And then last year, every single one, very different. This one is proving to be pretty different, even though it does have a little bit of a nice little overlap with 2018 for a minute there. But now we're back into, we look closer to 2020 again. Versus
we really do. And we kind of expected things to, but it's not. And yeah, you're right. Year-over-year comparison is not working really well. Keeping up with current real-time data and events is essential right now because you just can't look at and say, hey, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of thinks, well, every year is just going to be normal. It's going to be the same. And every single year is so incredibly different. And what's crazy is that tender rejection rates, for the most part, have been high. If you look at these years, you've got more years or more of this line is up here than down here now.
When we first started tracking all this stuff. Oh, it's way higher now. Yeah, absolutely.
So a very fascinating thing to me. So OTVI, let's go to the chart next.
Okay.
With tender volume index. Interesting aspect of this, the big takeaway here is that demand also came down. We've been talking about the divergence between tender rejection rates and demand over the last several weeks.
Yeah, right.
Demand came down. We eased a little bit. So I don't, not that this is a huge drop by any means.
No.
But it is interesting to see them both go in the same direction for once. Or we've seen them
recently.
Recently, yes.
Yeah, let's call it recently.
Yeah, recently. And it's an interesting trend to watch for sure.
It is, but it's not you talk about this dip, and it's not a surprising dip. Look at the stair step. It's up, down, up, down, up, down, but it's still in that same direction. Let's see where it goes from there. Does it bounce back up again? I think it does.
We definitely have not broken trend.
No.
We definitely have not broken trend by any means. So it looks relatively normal. We'll see what happens. End of the week, I would expect this to probably continue to tick up a little bit.
I would think, at least for a little while. Then,
maybe people took a vacation last week. Who knows? Well, to see exactly why and where these tender rejection rates change, the weighted rejection index is a combination of tender volumes and week-over-week change in tender rejection index. So it gives you the weighted rejection index using volumes to weight the changes of the tender rejection rates. And it'll give you dark blues on the map when it's tightening and light orange to reddish hues for loosening. And the markets that are driving this loosening, now you look at the map and you see Grand Rapids trying to pull everybody up. Still,
it's just not big
dark
enough.
Blue. It just doesn't have the volume. Harrisburg definitely has
the little
the
market
clout.
that could, right?
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania definitely has the clout. That's been in blue for a week.
But you've got
you have Jacksonville here, not a huge market, and you've got Dallas. Dallas is probably the one that's really driving all of this, along with this light hue in Atlanta. Yeah. These are the two markets that I would be focused on in terms of overall loosening to see if we're doing anything significant.
What's driving the country, right?
Yeah. And let's look at the chart of those markets real quick before we call it the chart.
Oh, wow, check this out.
That's
wow.
Yeah, there we go.
Whoa,
the chart, there we go. So we've got Dallas and Atlanta rejection rates coming down. Let's see where we stand in the scope of everything else. Yeah, we just came down off of this little spike here. So
yeah, sure did.
It's just a moderation of current trend. It's by no means a sign that things are changing dramatically in the market. This is just a quick moderation. If anything, this was an anomaly for the Dallas market, bumping up over 25%, returning to trend right here around 23%. And Atlanta, same thing, kind of a moderation.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of them are heavy distribution points, right? So changes in the distance of loads being offered is probably occurring at the same time, right?
Exactly.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much, Zach. We'll catch up with you again very shortly. Right now, let's toss it over to Kaylee Nix.
Thanks, guys, for that first carrier update. Now we've got our Detroit Bureau Chief Alan Adler in with us this morning, talking about today's top story, as per usual, talking about autonomous trucking. Alan, welcome to FreightWaves Now.
I really hope, Kaylee, this is not becoming sort of a one-trick thing. But there seems to be so much going on in the space that it's worth writing about. It's worth exploring it. Today, we're going to take a look at sort of the two ways that companies are going about autonomous trucking. The one is, let's get it perfect. Let's get it right. Let's bring it out when it's ready, when we are sure that nothing is going to happen. And that's obviously a sound way to do things. And to some extent, everybody's doing that. But there's a second approach. It's one that's being taken by Plus, which we've written a fair amount about. And that's this idea of going ahead and using the technology that's available today, what some people would refer to as advanced autonomous, advanced safety technologies, and using those to basically allow drivers to take advantage of some of the parts of autonomy without the truck really driving itself, without taking the driver out of the truck. So we're exploring that, and we're looking at it from a couple of different angles. There's LiDAR, which some people are familiar with as light detecting radar. That's a part of the perception that the truck has, so that it can see around it and see ahead of it. And one of the LiDAR suppliers, Ouster, is doing the same thing. They are supplying LiDAR systems to Plus, which has sold trucks to Amazon, retrofit trucks, to run basically at what would be called level 2 or advanced, safety systems. And so this approach, which isn't popularized by others, is something that maybe is going to give Plus a bit of an advantage in terms of generating revenue. They are in a SPAC right now. They want to be able to show when they start reporting publicly. They want to show that they've got revenue. This is an opportunity to do that. And with Amazon, when they get interested in you, they often want to buy part of your company. And that's another thing that's sort of hanging out there, is the possibility that Amazon could end up owning 20% of Plus somewhere down the road. So that's what's up on the sort of the story I'm working on today.
Very interesting stuff. Good morning, Alan. Mike Vincent here. Very nice to have you on again and speak with you. Always insightful. I'm with you on well, I don't know where your opinion is. I'm going to guess, but my opinion is that Plus is doing it the right way, and the slow rollout of all of the different parts as type like safety features, et cetera, that then make up the autonomous truck is the way to bring it in. We've been watching this happen, if you think about it, in automobiles, passenger cars, for many years, starting with cruise control. I mean, it's been going on forever. Basically, my wife's car basically can drive itself, but it's not a self-driving car. But if you put on all the different features on it, it's really close, right?
Yeah, well, that's right, Michael. And I think, this building block idea, which, when I worked at General Motors, we talked about that a lot, the building blocks of autonomy and some of the, first you have to have the safety systems, and then you go from there into the things like, GM offers this Super Cruise system right now, even though Ford is kind of, taking them to court over the name. But the idea is that it can do most of the functions of driving, but the driver has to remain engaged. And that's what Plus is doing. They're saying, Amazon says, look, we want the trucks. Can you do anything for us that'll make driving easier for our drivers? We don't really care what you call it, but give us some of the functionality. And Plus, let's be clear, Plus wasn't the first to come up with sort of ADAS systems. Those have been around, really. I think the first time I experienced it in a truck was about 2.5 years ago with the Freightliner Cascadia. It was an optional system, started in around 2020 for Daimler. I couldn't tell you today what the take rate is, but I can tell you that these systems, whether it's from Bendix or others, are becoming quite popular on all trucks at this point. And but what Plus did was they developed a level 4 autonomous system and then basically re-engineered it, or repackaged it is a better term, I guess, repackaged it so that it could take advantage of some of the features today. And that's what they're selling. And, Amazon is the first customer. They're the ones that gets everyone's attention. Maybe there are other customers out there that we'll find out about later. Let's look at it, though. I mean, if you think about Too Simple has been running freight, for revenue, $1.5 million in the second quarter. For quite a while now on their autonomous freight network. So they're taking a bit of a different approach. They're using safety drivers, of course, and ultimately this holy grail of getting the driver out of the truck is not something that Amazon, for example, wants to talk about. They don't want to talk about reducing jobs. That's not what they, that doesn't help them from a PR standpoint. So they don't really want to name it anything. They just want the functionality. They want to keep the drivers happier and safer.
Alan, where do the drivers feel or fall into each of these camps? I would assume that they would fall into the side of the slow rollout, because then it gives them extended longevity for their careers, and then they don't see it as an immediate threat to being taken out of the cab, correct?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I haven't talked to any drivers specifically about it. Well, that's not true. We did talk to safety drivers who have been sort of evangelists for this type of approach, that is, of getting to level 4. But, there's resistance out there. You may have seen the 60 Minutes piece a few weeks ago where they talked to drivers in Florida, and they were all like, oh, no, not this. This is going to take our jobs. And sort of the conventional wisdom. I mean, the jobs are going to change, basically. You're going to have a lot more at-home time because you're going to still need drivers on shorter routes. You're going to need drivers to, until they master surface street driving. The autonomous trucks are going to need someone to go from sort of the highway to the terminal or the depot. So there's going to be jobs there. And really right now, the jobs that are sort of in question are the ones that nobody seems to want, which is the long haul, over the road, out for 2 weeks at a time kind of job. If the robots take that over, who's going to really mind that? That's kind of the question, right?
Yeah, it really is. I don't think, I did see the piece that you're talking about, and it's kind of, you can find those people that are on that extreme side, and I think it is an extreme side. I don't think autonomous trucks are in danger of taking away a ton of driving jobs anytime soon, nor will they in the long run. I think it'll change of jobs, as you said, and it'll be more desirable and safer. But don't you think that these two different camps, the Plus camp and the Too Simple camp, in conjunction, working side by side, really benefit each other? Don't they really benefit each other because they're taking kind of opposite approaches, where one is really trying to get the driver out and the other one is trying to use that technology that the other's using in order to make it more safer, so it's the acceptance rate is faster with both trying to do it different ways?
I think you're onto something, Michael. I think that the approaches that different companies are taking are complementary. I think that's what you're saying, and I think that there's definitely some of that going on. Now, there's a extreme rivalry, if you will, and a fair amount. You can watch Truck Talk for this on Friday, but there's a fair amount of shade being thrown from one company to another over approaches and things like that too. But I think that in the long run, yes, it's benefiting. All these moves are benefiting everybody. It's one of the reasons that you don't see exclusive partnerships with suppliers and with trucking companies and things like that. This is another part. It may come up in today's story, and it may not. I haven't decided yet. But this idea of exclusivity is pretty rare. Most people, most suppliers, most fleets are testing the waters with different approaches and with different autonomous truck companies and trying to decide, what works best, what matches up best with their needs. And I think to some extent, all these companies are aware of that. I happen to think that Plus, at least in the case of using sort of this level 2 approach, is not a negative. Rather, it's something that's going to allow them to probably book revenue sooner than some others will.
Alan, do you have any gauge on any of the public perception when it comes to either of these companies' approaches? Are people kind of overall just freaked out because they hear autonomy, no matter what the scope is, if it's semi-autonomous or just assisted or fully autonomous, thinking, wow, there's no longer a driver in my truck? Like, are people really shocked when they hear that this is happening and it's happening at kind of the pace that it is happening?
Well, I think right now we don't have much of example. It's funny that Plus actually did do a 20-mile demonstration with no one in the truck, no driver in the truck in China. It was a controlled demonstration. There was traffic, but the traffic knew the truck was out there, so they weren't as likely to freak out. But I recall something that Rusty Rush, who runs the nation's largest network of truck dealerships, said one time in an earnings call, I don't know, within the last 6 months, he said, if I see that truck coming at me and there's no driver in it, I'm heading for the nearest side of the road till it goes by me. So clearly there's going to be some of that extreme reaction. I think it's going to be a little disconcerting if we do see trucks going by us and they don't see anybody in the front seat. That's definitely a freak out moment. But I don't think we're quite there yet. I mean, we're still looking at, the pilots of that. I think we're years away, quite honestly, at least 2023. If you listen to Aurora Innovation, they think they could do a driverless truck by the end of 2023. Too Simple's looking at 2024. Those times can slip. They really can. And I think, what you've got though is a progression and a step by step approach that's moving us closer and closer to it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they stamp it's safe enough and go for it. Who's going to have the guts to do that is going to be interesting. Al, can you tease for us what's coming out later? You got a story you're working on for later today?
Well, this is the one I'm working on for later today. Interestingly, yesterday, we talked about electric trucks as well, and next week is the Advanced Clean Transportation Expo. And I was just looking this morning at all of the demonstration trucks that are going to be there. Boy, they cover everything, from pickup trucks all the way out to obviously Class 8 trucks. Yesterday, Peterbilt announced, although it had already been in place, the use of 10 of their 579 EV Class 8 trucks for drayage demonstration in the Port of Oakland. Interesting, because one of the things that you have to have for electric trucks is a way to charge them. And to me, the most interesting part of that was that the port had spent 2 years and about 1.7 million, I think, if I recall correctly, to install 10 chargers so that they could have the trucks. If you don't have the charging, you don't get the trucks. It is the classic chicken and the egg. So I thought it was just as interesting that the port had put in all of that infrastructure to allow for these trucks to operate, on the grounds of the port. Really, it's a 3-month demo. We'll see what happens. We've got these in Southern California, obviously with Daimler and with Volvo down at the Port of Long Beach and at LA, running back and forth to the Inland Empire. So the good news is that every time you add 10 more of these electric trucks, the air gets that much cleaner. right?
Yeah,
I mean, this is something that is hugely important to these, they're called disadvantaged communities, but this is hugely important. And so I think you have to applaud every time you hear another fleet going in, with these things.
Agreed.
Great, Alan. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We'll catch up with you again on Friday for Truck Talk. Have a great rest of your day. Go check out his article up on freightwaves.com when it comes out later today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You'll learn something for certain.
You always do with Alan Adler.
Yep.
Let's go learn something from Nick Austin this morning. He's got a look at what's going on with the weather.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Appreciate you joining us this morning. Yeah, we're talking about the wildfires again. This is going to be a daily topic, probably all the way through the fall, maybe even into the early winter, but I hope it doesn't last that long. But we're going to focus right now on the Dixie Fire. It's still the largest fire in the U.S. A lot of strained resources for firefighting crews out there because there are so many large wildfires, most of them in western states. They're really having a tough time. The weather has not been cooperative lately either. Until the past few days, the winds have calmed down, at least in Northern California for the most part. So let's check it out in Sonar Critical Events. This fire has expanded by about another couple thousand acres or so since yesterday. So it's getting a little bit bigger, but it's up to 40% containment. That's not bad. They've been making gradual progress in the past 2 to 3 days because the winds have died down. But the ground is still terribly dry with drought that's been in this area for at least a year. And the air is very dry as well. They need to get some rain, but it's probably not going to happen really anytime soon. But here's the latest on what's happening across the nation as far as large wildfires. We still have more than 90 of them, 93 to be exact. However, that's an improvement from a few days ago. The problem is they're still burning about the same amount of acres because the ones that are still out there have been expanding some of them. So 2.5 million acres burning, 13 states where we find these large wildfires, but they're in 12 states in the west, so most of them are out in the western region. And this is video from the Forest Service. This is from a crew that was out at the Dixie Fire, I believe just yesterday. I think we have some pictures out there. You can see just immense smoke from these fires, not just the Dixie Fire, but all the other large fires, just so much thick smoke. And it's not just impacting health and other things in the immediate areas, but a lot of that smoke drifts hundreds and even thousands of miles away and sometimes mixes down into the lower atmosphere near the ground, where it can be dangerous for people. But just so much smoke from these fires, the crews are doing all they can, guys, to try and get these containment lines down. We're going to talk about the Caldor fire a little bit later. That one is hardly contained at all, and it's spreading towards a very popular resort area. So we're going to talk more about that fire a little bit later in the show.
Nick, you mentioned last week the wind shift to bring some of that smoke southward into Utah and Nevada. Is that happening again this week?
Well, the winds have shifted back, so the smoke is kind of pushing back more towards like the north and east, but luckily the winds have died down, so that's a good thing. And the smoke isn't necessarily spreading as far as it has been in recent weeks, but it is kind of spreading more towards the Rockies and interior parts of the West and Great Basin, places like that. So, but some of it could spread towards Las Vegas as well. Some of the fires from Southern California, because there are a few of them there, could spread into the Las Vegas metro area.
Thanks, Nick. We'll check in with you again coming up in just a few minutes. Got a quick break on the way, and then Andrew Cox is in the studio for a look at this week's point of sale. Mike Vincent and Anthony Smith will bring you a shipper update. We'll be right back.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from Powerfleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with Powerfleet.
Is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWays was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWays Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
what does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation, inflation, inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
Welcome back to FreightWaves Now. It's Tuesday, which means that it's time to check in with Andrew Cox, our senior retail analyst, about what's going on in the retail space today. Here for our point of sale update, talking about Best Buy. We're into this back to school season. They just reported earnings this morning, waiting on the call to come out.
That's right. So they reported prior to open at 7 a.m., and it was an amazing report. They absolutely smashed top and bottom line. Same-store sales came in up 20%. We got to remember that we are lapping the time last year Q2. So last year Q2, they were doing only by appointment. They had very, very limited store hours and such. So most of their growth last year came online. Online sales grew 242% this time last year. So they're lapping that. So most of the growth is coming from in-store, but their earnings per share came in up 76% year over year. Absolutely fabulous. Revenue beat estimates as well. And the big thing here is, I think there was one quote from Corey Berry, the CEO, in the press release that said there's just been a dramatic and structural increase in the need for technology. And I think that is kind of the story here, that even moving forward, there's kind of a new normal for technology. People are spending more time at home, working from home, school from home. That has just increased the need to update technology more frequently, and it's a good thing for Best Buy.
I absolutely agree with that. I've got a laptop that's like a dinosaur laptop, right? I bought it like Black Friday of 2015, and I had to almost not justify myself for getting a new one back in 2020 because it was part of this technology that I'm going to be home. I need it to work from home. How much, we've talked a lot about the semiconductor chip shortage and how that puts some constraints on technology and people's availability to get these things. How much did that affect Best Buy and what they were able to deliver?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm sure they're going to speak about it on the call because it's not just automobiles. Semiconductors are in washers and dryers. They are in our TVs. They are in our computers. They're in
PS5s that everybody orders.
Exactly. Everything that Best Buy sells just about has some sort of semiconductor in it. So I'm sure that it did hurt them. But seeing their sales growth and seeing their inventory growth as well, I don't think it was as big of a hamper as some of the automobile makers.
We mentioned a couple months ago that Best Buy was kind of differentiating and expanding their inventory into a couple more sectors that they're not normally so familiar with. Do you think that that expansion had anything to do with the explosive growth that they saw?
I'm sure it helps. I'm excited again to hear what Barry has to say on the call. Again, I spoke a couple months ago how they were expanding into outdoor grills and such of that nature, and I thought it was a really good move because not only is the technology just getting the goods themselves are getting far more technologically advanced. I mean, there's a natural progression for them. They're going to have to build on top of the growth they had last year, and they're only going to be able to do that through product expansion or going up into higher cost goods. And I don't know if there's really a market for their base of customers.
They kind of feel almost top tier when you look at their prices. Right? You're going to go to Best Buy, you're going to spend some money because you're expecting good technology to come out of it. Let's move on to our second topic today, talking about Target. They're scratching the surface of what's possible when it comes to omnichannel.
Yeah, that's what they came out and said. They said they're just now scratching the surface. And I actually believe them. I kind of wrote 5 takeaways that'll be coming out this afternoon. And the first one is that their digital penetration actually retreated this year. So it went down from Q2 of last year, 17.2% of their total sales were online, now only 17%. But they still managed to grow online sales 10% after growing at 195% last year. So digital is still growing, but there's a mix shift going on, a very, very good one for Target. So their digital is still growing, but the amount of goods that are being delivered to customers' doors are declining. So we have same-day services like drive up, pick up, even same-day delivery with Shipt. Those are all still growing really fast, but the amount of goods that are being delivered to customers' homes are retreating. That's a great thing because Target, because of their investments in their supply chain, they're at a place of advantaged economics. They save about 40% per unit from a drive-up order than they would delivering from fulfillment center to a customer home.
And so Target's done a really good job of building back their inventories. And I notice when I go to Target, their shelves are pretty much always stocked. There's never, as you know, sometimes you go to Walmart and things are empty. You can't find
I
what
went
you
just
need.
yesterday and there was nothing. I couldn't find anything at Walmart.
But so Target's done a really good job of building this back. And it says that Walmart is not having any trouble building inventories. We can digress about that a little bit later. But what is making Target successful in building back these inventories?
I think they've got a really agile supply chain team, and I think it helps that 30% of their sales come from owned brands. They are growing their own brands faster than they are overall sales, so that helps. They've got pretty much unlimited quantity of that. But they've got a really slim merchandising. So unlike Walmart's done a better job of this throughout the pandemic. They would kind of cut down SKUs, not offer. We just spoke about this on Freightwaves Now last Friday. Not offering the 15 different lint rollers, just offering the 3 that people need. I think Target does a little bit better job of that, of having fewer options but better options than Walmart does. So they just have a cleaner supply chain to keep, but they have a really talented supply chain team, and that's been visible throughout the pandemic.
I almost think of like Walmart is where you go when you need something immediately. Target is where you go when you want to search through and find what
you want to have an
looking for.
experience, for sure. It's about their whole floor. I mean, that was one of my big takeaways as well, is that it is not just one thing working for Target right now. It's the last 6 years of investments in their workforce, in their stores, in their supply chain, and omni-channel. All of these things just firing at all cylinders at one time. And that's why you're just seeing growth on top of growth on top of growth at Target.
And so they've put a lot of money into their supply chain. They're getting a lot of it out as well. Let's talk about their investment that they made with Ulta back in the early spring. Has that come to any fruition so far? It hasn't really seemed like there's been a lot of forward progress on that.
Yeah, so they're rolling out the first ones like in the coming days. I think most of the new ones, they planned 100 with the opportunity for 150 more, I think. I think they're trying to have most of those built in by the end of the year, with the rest being built in by middle of next year. So we'll see the impact of those. They just expanded their kind of partnership with Disney as well. They're going to triple the amount of Disney shop-in-shops they have. So these are a big part of Target's strategy moving forward, these shop-in-shops. They've got them with Apple rather, and Disney, and now Ulta as well.
Do you think that kind of sets them apart when it comes to technology standpoint as well? Like that Apple shop-in-shop, and does it make them, we just talked about Best Buy, does it make them a direct almost competitor for Best Buy? Like, would you rather go to Target, have the experience, get to buy your groceries, get a slice of pizza from Target, and then also buy your Apple product there?
Listen, it's not a coincidence that Target is getting into stuff that Best Buy is good at, and Best Buy is getting into stuff that Target is good at with outdoor and home sales. It's not a coincidence at all. All these companies understand that they need a breadth of products, especially when it comes to competing online, to compete with everyone else. One of the other big points before we move on to the last story is Target's supply chain expansion. We've been talking about investments in their supply chain. A lot of that has been on the infrastructure side, digital, whether it be through Deliv and Grand Junction and Shipt and all of these acquisitions they've made. But you're starting to see them really invest in physical spaces as well. So they opened up 2 fulfillment centers in the spring. They're going to open up 2 more in the fall. And to support all of these online orders coming from stores, you need sortation centers to basically aggregate all of the online orders from a network of 10 stores in an area. So they're building out 2 more of those in this quarter, and then 2 more of those by the end of the holidays as well. So really building out their warehousing and supply chain centers as well.
So speaking about physical space, Amazon department stores, is this the way of the future?
I think they're coming for sure. The first thing to note is that Amazon can scale really fast. We know that. They can grow like weeds. A little bit about these buildings. They're expecting them to be about 30,000 square feet. That's about 1/3 the size of a traditional in-mall department stores. And I think the thing here is that I'm seeing the legacy model and the disruptor model, they're converging on each other. Like we were just talking about Amazon, or with Walmart and Target, they're both growing digital sales 100 and 200% over the last 2 years, respectively. And you have Amazon pushing into more physical spaces. You have the strategies between the two converging. And given the size that we've heard, only 30,000 square feet, and given that Amazon has been moving away from malls in general, they've been closing down their shop-in-shops. They didn't do the deal with Simon that was kind of rumored. All of the things that they've kind of discussed with malls are falling out. I have a really good feeling these are going to be off-mall locations, likely in shopping centers. And I think it can be a really powerful brand builder for Amazon. As much as Amazon might not need that, but they could have a physical brand builder where they can really prominently display their Kindles and their Alexa-enabled products and their Echoes and all the other stuff that they make. But they can also sell Amazon Basics. They've got thousands and thousands of SKUs that they make of their own stuff. And then lastly, I think this can be a really powerful space for their third-party merchants, should they allow them space in it. So 55% of Amazon's sales now come from third-party merchants, and this could be the first physical presence that many of these merchants actually have. Most of them just sell on Shopify or just sell on Amazon. They don't have a physical space. So this could provide a really powerful brand builder for them as well.
So going from that internet footprint to a massive physical footprint is kind of hard, but you mentioned Amazon has the ability to do it. If any company has the ability to scale quickly and to do it well, it's Amazon.
And they've kind of already been operating these, right? They have more than 24 of the Amazon 4-star shops. They don't have any around here, unfortunately, but these are just mini department stores that focus on kitchen and electronics. So it's not like they aren't already doing these things. They're just expanding and make it a little bigger.
So does that kind of go against what we talked about when it comes to limiting SKUs? You go to Amazon and you think choice. I have a choice of a million different types of this one product, right? Are they going to build that into this smaller square footage?
Well, I would assume that they take a similar approach to Amazon 4-star. They leverage the massive amounts of consumer data they already have to put the products in that they know that people want. But also, it can be a really good testing ground for Amazon to be able to test things really quickly. If they have digital signage, they can test pricing, automatically. So there's a lot of testing that can go on here. But I would assume that they just leverage the crazy amounts of data they have to give. If you've ever seen one of the Amazon shop-in-shops in the mall, they're actually quite hectic. They're a lot of products. I would like to see them do a little bit more with merchandising. I know they don't have like crazy experience with it, but I think they need to get a little bit better with picking SKUs and just merchandising in general. Take some pages out of Target's book.
Well, love shopping at Target. We'll see if Amazon is the same way. Andrew, thanks for joining us this morning on FreightWaves Now. Go to freightwaves.com, subscribe to Point of Sale, comes out twice weekly, and catch Point of Sale, the show, Wednesday afternoons with Andrew and his guests. We're going to toss it over to our shipper update right now. Michael Vincent is here with lead economist Anthony Smith.
Hello and welcome to your shipper update. I'm Mike Vincent. He's Anthony Smith, and he's going to tell us everything that's going on. We're going to be so brilliant by the end of this, it's not even going to be funny.
Yeah, after this segment, you're pretty much done for. If you're in college, you're done. Get your diploma.
Yeah, right.
Just here in high school, go to the next level.
Check the
skip
box.
college, go start your career.
Whatever it is, PhD, you've got it.
You're done.
You're done.
What we're looking at, talking about PhD, we have a brilliant set of PhDs that put together this index here. This is
that's right.
The Logistics Managers Index, a bunch of brilliant people. Thank you to Dr. Zach Rogers and his crew there at Colorado State, ASU, University of Reno, Nevada, Rochester Institute of Technology, Rutgers, a whole bunch of people come together, put this index together. And what it is similar to the PMI, wherein anything over 50 is indicative of expansion, while anything below 50 is indicative of contraction. So it's a diffusion index, survey-based index. And so this is going to be based around specifically the logistics industry. And looking at this, we have a few of the breakouts for warehousing. And we're going to start with this one, and this is going to be warehousing capacity. And so far, what we've seen for warehousing capacity is that it had a 41 percentage point reading. And so this was a slight increase from the previous month, but it's still showing decline because it's within or below that 50 percentage point reading. And so looking at this, the expectation, because they also do a future expectation index as well, that people are expecting this to increase to 55. So they're expecting some increase, some moderate improvements over the next 12 months, a year from now. So that's going to be one of the areas that we're going to watch closely, is they're going to indeed be increasing warehousing capacity.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Is it lack of thereof, or is it what it sounds like? Okay, gotcha.
So
an increase in capacity is what they're thinking is happening.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
That
That's
hopefully there's going to be some increase in capacity. But all this is, of course, because of inventory levels, and
it's also because of the spur in production, right?
Exactly.
I mean, they're producing more warehouse space, right?
Producing more, but I'm talking about the current situation now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Inventory levels are so high, and so each incremental piece of inventory is skyrocketing. We're going to talk about this a little bit later.
Okay, good.
Prices. And so in our next chart here, we're going to look at another part of warehousing, and that's going to be warehousing utilization. And so we have there is showing a 70.5 percentage point reading. And what we're looking at warehousing utilization is showing that there is increase. It kind of leads to that previous point you were talking about. They're building out so many warehouses.
Right.
These are getting utilized more and more and more. So the utilization space is increasing. Even though we saw a slightly downward movement of just about 5 percentage points,
yeah,
it's still very high, still over 50.
So it's 70.
It's 70, and so nearly identical. So we're looking at 12 months from now, nearly identical, 75.4, nearly identical to what we see now for our future expectations. So showing that there is still a lot of utilization going on, and that utilization isn't going to go down anytime soon.
Yeah, so even though we saw a slight, you saw the 55 for capacity being available,
Yeah.
right? The utilization thereof is really high too. So
It's
the
high.
demand moving forward for the foreseeable future for warehousing is high.
Exactly. And in our next chart here, I think this is really what drives it home. 87, really 88 percentage point reading for warehousing
Yeah.
prices. And this is indeed, let me check, yes, an all-time high for the LMI price index.
It
And
is
so,
since 2017 at least.
yeah, yeah. And so we're looking at this, essentially the expectations is that this is going to remain high. This is going to stay high, well within the 80s, I believe, for future expectations. So a lot of those logistics managers are expecting this to remain very high. And it just goes back to that previous point of each incremental capacity that gets taken up, that price just skyrockets ever so
keeps
slightly.
going higher.
It keeps going higher. And
Yeah.
Zach Rogers had a great analogy for what's going on overall within the logistics space. He kind of related it to sleep. If you fall asleep and wake up early, you have a bad night of sleep one night, you can make it through the day.
Yeah.
If you have a restless night of sleep 2 days in a row, okay, you kind of struggle through. But if you're a week in and you haven't had any sleep, cracks are going to show. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now within the logistics industry. Cracks are showing indeed. And so we're seeing with warehousing prices, we're seeing with incoming peak season that I'm sure you can talk to, there's just a hysteria going on right now.
There
a
is,
lot of
right?
momentum. It's like a stream moving, but there's the current underneath is just going absolutely insane.
It's going insane, and it's interesting because how this all plays out moving forward is how we temper our reaction.
Exactly.
Right? Do we overbuild capacity, or do we not build enough, or how does that work? And we're seeing all that stuff play out right now. Absolutely amazing. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Anthony. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on the show for more insights. Right now, let's toss it over to Kaylee Nix. She's got our own Kevin Hill.
Thanks, guys, for that shipper update. I'm here with our executive publisher, Kevin Hill, right now, talking about our latest research dropping from FreightWaves about what Q3 can expect for freight brokers. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so we know it's a tight market out there. Freight brokers can feel it, both on the demand side and also on the capacity side, right? Because you're always searching for capacity as a truck broker or a freight broker. And we went out and we surveyed freight brokers to see what their perceptions and their sentiment was beginning end of Q2 to right now, right? Are conditions getting tighter, or is demand going up? What's really happening out there? And we have some interesting nuggets here. And if we go to the first slide and our first question of that survey, we see where the dark blue represents more pessimism, and the lighter blue is more optimism. So we were finding kind of what you would expect freight brokers to think about right now is negotiating rates with carriers, though they're much less optimistic. They're really overly pessimistic about rates, about finding capacity, about negotiating rates. Everything else pretty well, negotiating rates with their shippers, retaining shippers, going out and securing new clients. Very optimistic, as well as they should be, because it is it's kind of a broker's market right now.
But it's a tough life for a broker too. You're not going to have an easy time. You might have an easy time getting your clients. You're not going to have an easy time moving their freight, which you can see when it comes to how they feel about talking with their carriers. Let's talk about when it comes to rates and margins for brokers. How are they feeling about that?
So basically, they're thinking that the contract rates are going to move About the same, right? Not significantly higher, but they're going to creep up just a little bit. Truck capacity is going to remain tight going into the back half of the year. Load volumes slightly higher. So they're expecting to get into the peak season and see those load volumes pick up even more, even with the tight capacity, which is going to affect the gross margins. You're saying that, so they're saying roughly about the same, but a third are saying about the same, but slightly higher. I think that might be a little bit optimistic. You have to be a little bit of an optimist to be a freight broker.
You do. I think a freight broker thinking their margins are going to increase as rates go up and capacity tightens is a little foolhardy myself.
I do too.
I think it's beyond optimistic.
I do too. I think that those contract rates are not, and even the spot rates aren't going to exceed what the rise in cost of transportation is going into the second half. I think we're kind of at a level, and it's going to be hard to push up from here. But carriers will get that premium.
They'll get that premium. It's the broker trying to keep that balance and maintain their margin that's going to be really difficult. They get squeezed when they in these markets.
Do.
They don't make a ton of money in these markets, unlike what people may think.
And
when you're not here.
Oh, I know. A lot of freight brokers are not always on the spot market, right? They sign a lot of contracts with their customers. They buy off the spot market. So you've had that next increase in contract rates that you just went through. Those aren't going to get adjusted up going through this busy period. For the most part, you're going to see a little bit of your gross margin percentage decline, right? Mm-hmm. Your net income or your net gross margin is probably going to go up as rates rates stay strong.
Right.
So when it comes to actual volumes, basically shippers and brokers are kind of on the same page, thinking that everything is still running slightly above where it should be or where it used to be.
Yeah, both carriers and brokers in this survey are saying that whatever the forecasted for their customers going into the back half of 2021 is being exceeded right now. They're very optimistic. They're seeing more freight volumes than forecasted for, which is always a good sign for everyone in transportation, even the shippers, or especially the shippers, if their freight volumes are going up. If they're paying higher rates for freight in this environment, they're making more money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they definitely are. And the larger shippers are actually doing better and weeding out some of that competition at the same time.
They are. When we talk about trucking rates, you go back over to the ocean, and that's when the real cost of transportation are hitting shipper, companies' margins, and it's hard to dig yourself out of that. I think on the truckload side, it's a little bit of an annoyance, right? Yeah. You're going to trim your margin a little bit. You have a great, bustling business. You're going to trim your margins a little bit. On the ocean side, it can really flip the economics.
Yeah, on the truckload side, it's really the timing, making sure you're getting your goods on shelves, right, to hit those sales.
Mm-hmm.
So our last figure for us, basically a no-brainer, right? Nobody is planning on decreasing their fleet size to account for this capacity.
They're not?
No, they are not. They are not. We saw this in 2018 too, kind of the same survey, and carriers, especially small carriers, say like 7 trucks. Mm-hmm. You're going to add 20%. So 1 or 2 trucks. You're just trying to get 1 or 2 trucks. We saw in 2018, this was very easy to do. It was very easy, and people did it very quickly, right?
It was a fairly easy thing to do, yes. Right.
It's significantly harder right now.
But there's I was just going to say, is it tempered with you can't get a new truck. You can, but it's hard, right? You can't get a new truck, so you can't get a used truck.
Yeah.
So in the smaller fleets and the newer, coming in, jumping out of being a company driver, going to OO, that type of stuff, they can't. I mean, it's $80,000 for a 3-year truck that used to cost you $50,000 3 months ago.
It is, and you're talking about a lot of company drivers moving over to owner-operator. That doesn't really add any capacity whatsoever.
It doesn't. It doesn't help
the working for a different person, right?
Right.
You're just shuffling things around.
Yeah.
Securing new drivers to drive is difficult right now, and then you have the infrastructure bill that is going forward, which is going
to draw a lot of that talent to construction, right?
It is. It is. It's going to be a tough time over the back half of the year going into 2022 for a number of different reasons, and adding capacity to the market right now as load volumes are still kind of accelerating in a lot of ways, especially going into peak season for driving.
Sounds like we need some autonomous vehicles out there.
It does, doesn't it?
Evan, so if I'm leading a freight brokerage, what am I telling my people on the ground, my people underneath me, to do with this data? How are we taking this and looking at Q3 and Q4 and saying, okay, this is how we're going to adjust our strategy?
I think it's the same strategy that everyone's been employing and kind of everyone employs anyway, but this is a great time to start calling shippers. Calling shippers, everyone's having trouble covering loads. There's plenty of opportunities. If you can move freight, you are going to get business. So it's time to, for your sell side, to really get on the phones, pound, hit those new opportunities, and on your carrier sell side, it is time to develop relationships. It is time to have consistent carriers for just about every lane that you have, especially if you are running consistent lanes for customers. You better be developing relationships and driving value to your carrier partners.
Yeah, and delivering that consistent service to those important core customers, right?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, there's a danger chasing after that golden nugget with new customers paying a higher rate.
It is. You're exactly right. Keep your core business, that 20% that drives 80% of your business. Keep them happy, and then go explore others.
Yeah, you can get dumped into grease just as you dump. I don't know what.
It's something, right? The freight brokerage is notorious for churn. Yes. Even your best customers are going to churn after a while. Sure. Whether you want them or not, they're going to churn.
Evan, are you going to be delivering more sage wisdom of nuggets of wisdom like this on Put That Coffee Down?
Oh, we are. Today at noon Eastern Time, Richie and I are talking to Omar Singh from Surge Transportation. Oh, nice. And it's really about that dark market of broker to shipper or broker to carrier rates. Right, oh, yeah. And it kind of flows into that conversation we'll have on Put That Coffee Down this afternoon.
Very nice.
You don't want to miss it. Go check that out noon right here on FreightWaves TV. Kevin, thanks for joining us. We'll catch you here in a couple hours, and we'll be right back right after this break.
This iteration of Sonar is our most powerful solution yet. Built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from Powerfleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power off your operations with Powerfleet.
My name is Richie Daigle, and I'm a Sonar sales executive. Something that not everybody knows about me, I spent 3.5 years as a pitcher in the San Diego Padres organization. What do I love about Chattanooga? It's a great place to be if you love adventure. My wife and I love getting out hiking with our dogs. Yeah, it's a great place to be if you love the outdoors and love a sense of adventure in your life. So whether it's trying to help clients solve problems or help them find ways to capitalize on opportunities, I strive to help people use data to think proactively. I enjoy chess, and so if I can help people think 3 or 4 moves down the road and get out ahead of some of these changes and trends in the market, I feel really good because I feel like thinking proactively and getting out ahead of those market fluctuations is a great way to succeed in this day and age. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Love to chat with you. You can reach me via email or phone.
Welcome back to FreightWaves now on your Tuesday. Let's talk about where drivers are going to hit rain, where they're going to hit thunderstorms over the next few days. and kind of take a look really through the rest of the week. So checking out the radar on Sonar Critical Events, most of the rain and the stormy weather is across the upper Midwest. We've even had some severe thunderstorms in parts of Minnesota, other areas of the upper Great Lakes here this morning. And there's a threat for more severe storms through the rest of the day in these areas. So we're talking about parts of northwestern Wisconsin, even all the way down possibly to Milwaukee, and then back to Rochester and areas just west of that along Interstate 90. So, but I think we're going to see a lot of the rain this week, at least with the potential for some areas of flash flooding, probably going to be along the I-10 corridor down along the Gulf Coast. If we take a look at the precipitation, the rainfall forecast for the next, say, 5 days, so through the rest of the week, we could see some areas of heavy rain down south. I think that's where we're going to see a lot of it. Unfortunately, not much rain out west to help with the wildfires, but down along the I-10 corridor, yeah, the forecast showing a lot of the heavy rain is going to be just offshore, but I think a lot of it's going to be along the I-10 corridor. Some places through the rest of the week, maybe getting at least 3 to 4 inches of rainfall from maybe eastern Texas all the way across to the Florida Panhandle, guys. So I think that's where a lot of the wet weather is going to hit. There'll be scattered storms across other parts of the southeast, a few monsoonal thunderstorms out in the southwest as well. But I think the bulk of it is going to be these repeated rounds of possibly heavy thunderstorms down there along the Gulf Coast. So that's where drivers are probably going to hit the most delays as far as rainfall and the stormy weather is concerned.
Got that late summer high pressure building in over the west and the southwest, pushing all of that moisture down on the Gulf Coast. Leaves nothing for us here in the southeast except it's going to be hot and humid.
It's right. A steam bath right now, really.
A steam bath, exactly.
At least I got the grass cut. I was able to get outside and do that because all weekend it just kept raining on and off. So I had to keep putting it off. And my grass actually needed to get cut. I don't know about y'all's lawns, but my grass was getting pretty high. So luckily I was able to at least get out there and get a cut yesterday. It was hot. I mean, I'm going to say it was not comfortable out there, but at least it wasn't raining. It lets you get some of that yard work done. But I would highly suggest, get it done early in the day or in the early evening if you can, during the least hottest part of the days.
I told Anthony yesterday.
Stay hydrated.
I said to Anthony, it's like swimming in a bowl of chicken noodle soup. He laughed at that. Thanks, Nick. We'll check in with you again in just a few minutes to restart our second hour. Let's recap our first hour headlines for you. The FMCSA is being asked for stricter standards when it comes to regulating drivers with vision problems. A 5-member physician panel advised the administration to tighten the field of vision requirements, require drivers to be able to see the colors of standard traffic signals, and if they have a vision deficiency, that deficiency must be stable, not continuously deteriorating.
And Cowan Systems is the latest company to up the ante on driver recruitment, offering a maximum $20,000 sign-on bonus to regional drivers willing to join the company. Brand new drivers are guaranteed a $15,000 bonus, a $17,500 bonus to drivers with 1 year of experience or hazmat endorsements. And drivers with both will qualify for the full $20 grand.
And Drive XPO, the company's latest digital app offering, has reached 500,000 downloads, with customer accounts on XPO Connect growing 6 times from Q2 of 2020. CEO Brad Jacobs called out XPO's tech investments in its July earnings call, saying that the company is, quote, outperforming the industry when it comes to truck brokerage.
And you can find all these details and more stories on freightwaves.com. I highly suggest you go there. It'll keep you well informed of what's going on in the industry. Right now, let's go get informed on what's going on in the marketplace with Zach Strickland and our carrier update.
Hey, and welcome to your carrier update presented by PowerFleet. I'm Zach Strickland here soon with Mike Vincent, potentially. So we've got the tender rejection rates continuing to, kind of hover. They didn't really, they've come down a little bit over the last couple of days, and they're not necessarily breaking the trend of the increase, Mike. But
no, they're not.
But they are,
it's a little breather.
A little breather down. It's not jumping up like we saw last year, obviously. We're out of that kind of COVID pandemic type situation. But the interesting thing is that we're kind of hovering. We're middling right now. If you look at the trend from about mid-July to here, we were rising out of August, like through the first part of August on these tender rejection rates, which I thought was a little early because the trend was to continue down like this almost evenly. And there's no reason, like structurally in the calendar, like we see with these jumps.
Yeah.
There's no reason for that early in August. There's only, like, this is Memorial Day and that's July 4th, and then the big bump right there is Easter. There's nothing.
There's no seasonality.
There's no seasonality
that you take. Well,
yeah.
Here's your 3 seasons.
Right. Exactly.
Good luck predicting that.
Yeah. But there's always an increase.
But there's changes in the market that make this stuff happen, right? There's different pressures, imports, uptake, changes in length of haul, et cetera.
Yeah,
right?
and one of those things is the demand side indicator, which OTVI, if we go to that chart next, we normally, like over the last bit, we haven't seen like a lot of decline in the OTVI. Like it declined a little bit off of July 4th. A lot of that was just rejection rates coming down.
Yeah.
Volumes actually were relatively flat compared to tender rejection rates. So
well, we saw the length of haul changing. The mix of the freight was changing.
The mix of the freight. So obviously short haul freight growing changed the mix of tender volumes. So that was very divergent. And now this last one, the volumes are coming down over the last couple of days. But if you look at the trend line, like we talked about earlier.
It does that every few days.
It's going to do that. We're not breaking trend by any means. And to me, this looks like we're going to basically take a minute over. Maybe they took vacations early last week, or took a breather because they were tired of shipping a bunch of freight.
Well, I mean, and that's a good point. And it's not like it's probably fairly realistic, right? But I mean, it's the flow of freight as well, right? Mm-hmm. You get the long haul comes in, and then you see the local, the medium, the short haul increase,
right?
And then you see it flip again, right? It's kind of this pulse that occurs, right?
Yeah, and the tender rejection rate one looks a little bit wonky to me, but this one I think clearly explains demand's not done.
No,
we're still
not by any means.
I think we're going to see another increase here towards the end of the week, especially into next week as we approach Labor Day.
I would think so.
The surprising thing to me was that these were growing so early. Normally we don't see this kind of growth in early August, and we're still 2 weeks out,
absolutely.
Just about, of Labor Day. So it's still really early for this to be growing. So some of the fundamentals are changing place.
and you would think through experience that we're going to see this tick back up over the next week and a half.
This is not over. Let's look at the map of the weighted rejection index, combination of tender volumes and the weekly change in tender rejection rate, just to see where things are tightening and loosening. The blues are the tightening markets. The reds and oranges are the loosening markets. Obviously, the oranges are winning in terms of overall influence over the market, even though the blue looks like it might be winning a little bit in terms of just my field of vision.
It looks like it's going to outweigh it, right?
Yeah, so I mean, but I think some of the markets that are in these oranges are really they just have so much volume inside them, like Atlanta here, even though it's light orange.
Well, and then even the ones that didn't move are large, which helps.
And this is statistically significant movement. These white markets
aren't significant.
They're just not having that strong of a movement. And in 2019, most of this map stayed white the entire year. But this is obviously like every week we have something new here. So, Dallas, Atlanta, Jacksonville, some easing. If we look at the chart of the Atlanta and Dallas market real fast, we can see, let's just put it into context and perspective here. What we're measuring is this right here. So this little drop right here, this is a whole year of activity. And this little drop here in the Dallas market really is just a correction.
It really is. Yeah, you saw a bump for whatever reason. We saw that jump right there. Yeah.
And Atlanta too. We had a little bit of a spike last week in Atlanta, and that's again coming back down to trend really. So we're not seeing significant easing in either of these markets that I would be overly concerned about, okay, everything's going to be loosening up significantly,
right?
Or thinking the market's going to just ease up, and there's no
and especially like we talked about earlier, especially over these next 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, this is just a temporary movement, and we'll go back to trend here shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Zach. We'll catch up with you in a few more moments in the second hour. Right now, let's toss it to Kaylee Nix.
Thanks, guys. We've got another quick break on the way, and then we'll be back to kickstart our second hour with some fresh headlines and another look at weather.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from Powerfleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with Powerfleet.
What does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation, inflation, inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
This iteration of sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
Welcome back to FreightWaves Now. Appreciate you joining us on your Tuesday. Let's talk about whether heat and humidity are just going to be downright oppressive. It's going to just affect drivers in more than a dozen states where the Weather Service has heat advisories in place. So this is going to be pretty brutal out there in some spots, and we're talking about a really, really big area. Let's go right to it on the map. We'll show you where these advisories are, where are the big cities that are going to be affected. So we're talking about places from the Midwest and the Plains all the way down to the Gulf Coast. I think about 14 states right now have heat advisories in place, and in some cases, it's across entire states, not just portions of those states. So we're talking about from Nebraska all the way over to parts of Michigan and northern Ohio, down to Missouri, and right across the heartland and the Corn Belt, rather, all the way down to New Orleans and western Florida. Heat advisories in place, temperatures well in the 90s, but you add in the humidity, which is going to be downright dangerous in some areas. I mean, for any drivers that end up getting stuck on the road, the heat index is going to be anywhere from just above 100 degrees to 109 in those areas. But of even greater concern, we have excessive heat warnings from western Mississippi, including Jackson, Mississippi, right along the I-20 corridor, I-55 there as well, into southeastern Arkansas, Monroe, Louisiana. That's where the heat index could be 110 to up to 115 degrees. Just absolute oppressive and dangerous humidity out there. Not unusual for August, not record-breaking temperatures, but it's that humidity coupled with the temperatures. That's what's going to make it really dangerous out there. So, you know, for any drivers, all the drivers just need to make sure their trucks are in tip-top shape, guys, because they do not want to get stuck on the side of the road in this kind of weather. Flatbed drivers, of course, have to be out there strapping down their loads, but, you know, just drink plenty of water, wear that comfortable clothing, light color clothing as well. Try and do everything you can to beat that heat. It's going to be pretty bad out there. So this has been going on in a lot of these areas for 2 or 3 days already. So this is just, you know, lingering. Hopefully this will be the last day.
Gross. We're just about a month away from the first day of autumn. And Nick, it really can't come soon enough, for me at least.
Well, I tell you, fall is a beautiful time of the year in a lot of the country, so including even parts of the South. It does get really nice down here in Freight Alley, that's for sure. So there are probably a lot of people, Kaylee, who are just really wanting that cooler weather back. But, you know, August in a lot of areas, especially in the South, as you know, August sometimes can be just as hot or even hotter than July. right really smack in the middle of the summer, it can be hot in a lot of places. So hopefully at least later this week, things will cool down across all of those areas for the drivers and everybody else out there.
Thanks, Nick. We'll talk to you one more time before we finish out the show. Got a fresh set of headlines for you right now. The Surface Transportation Board has been told to examine reciprocal switching on railroads between the United States and Canada. That order came down from President Biden in his July executive order that targets competition between ocean carriers and railroads. Reciprocal switching on the rails has existed for decades in Canada, but it is not the standard in the United States.
And sticking with news on the rails, Union Pacific will increase the amount of biodiesel used for fueling Progress rail locomotives. The engines will use a 20% biodiesel mix in specific electromotive locomotives, and this blend is an increase from the previous 5% blend. UP has the goal of decreasing its Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 26% in the next 8 years, and says this is another step on the way to carbon neutrality.
And the weekly Department of Energy average retail diesel benchmark price dipped 3.2 cents per gallon yesterday, its largest decline since the 3.3 cents per gallon drop at the end of March. This is the fourth week in a row that the DOE posted a price moving in a different direction than the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the CME commodity exchange. You can find that full story from John Kingston, as he always follows our diesel prices in depth on freightwaves.com.
Absolutely. Now let's go to Zach Strickland for another carrier update. Welcome to your carrier update, brought to you by Powerfleet. I'm Mike Vincent. He's Zach Strickland. That was a lot smoother that time, Zach. Let's get into it. That feel good for you?
Yeah.
Excellent.
I was good with it. Let's go with that.
Let's do it that way from now on.
Tender rejection index seasonality view here for the last 3 years. Current year in the blue line is what we're focusing on today. I like to put up the years every now and again just to get a little context.
Yeah, sure.
For why.
Yeah.
Where are we
I enjoy the colors.
Yeah, and you like colors. I know that you lose interest. So it's, we're seeing this little downtick here, and it's, is this a break back towards, this trend line that we were watching, that's showing it's angled, and if you put that linear regression on here, the linear regression, which is just basically like the best fit scenario.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we had that up there last week.
Y equals mx plus b to do the math. And all that is it lines up to about a 16.5% rejection rate by the end of the year, if you kept this line going, which surprisingly works really well for the last 6 months or so, since March.
It really does.
Which is very unusual to have a linear regression model last that long.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be the case by any means, looking at these Christmas and Thanksgiving situations, and of course the demand side indicators are nothing but elevated.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything we know about what's going on throughout the world and the economy in the United States would point towards not 16.5.
Not continuing to be this predictable at all. But the bottom line is that we're going into Labor Day here in a little bit. That has a seasonal impact every single year. There is a little bit of a bump just about every year. 2018 didn't have a huge jump, interestingly enough, and that was a market.
Well, there was a bump there, but we were coming off a high there in 18. There wasn't the same pressures keeping the volume demand up.
We saw demand coming down.
Yes.
Here we're not seeing demand coming down.
No.
And if we go to the outbound tender volume index, we do see demand coming down in the near term over the last couple of days, but the overall trend, if you follow it from about the 1st of August up, we haven't changed anything. We're actually right on schedule.
Yeah.
This is just a near-term dip in demand and probably a little bit of near-term easing in the market, just a little blip. Not any significant loosening at all. I think what we were seeing here is actually an indication that this may be a bigger bump around Labor Day.
That's a solid point. We'd see a more dramatic bump over the next 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're taking a breather. I think we see a lot of people trying to get in front of Labor Day now. I think the market's so sensitive, people trying to get their shipments out, but there's so much backlog, like so much backlog.
The pressure of get it now. If you haven't already ordered it, then for Christmas, it's not going to make it onto the shelves for Christmas. We've been through all that stuff, but all that, it doesn't stop the demand that's current, that's going to keep coming.
Exactly, and if you follow this line here of the outbound tender volume index, all the way back, it is right in line with March and late March, where the market was, super tight.
16.
And that's a lot of freight moving through the country right now, and it's 2 weeks before Labor Day.
Yeah, and like you had up on the previous chart, the op on tender rejections. We're not going to have another season. It's not going to fall in line with any of the last 3 to 4 years.
No, we can count on that this year being different. Let's look at the map of the weighted rejection index to see where in the country we're seeing some of this easing that's causing this near-term easing. Not as many colors as we've seen in weeks past, but to me, it almost looks like the blues win, even though those are the tightening markets, the significant tightening markets, especially up here in the Northeast. Of course, the tropical storm hitting up there around New York and all that, probably having a little bit of an impact up here. But Harrisburg and Allentown have been blue for the last week or so.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily think that all of this is derived from that, but I think you could probably allocate some disruption.
Yeah, there was a short disruption there.
Short disruption is wind and rain.
It was staying out of going into there. We saw that with Donnie Gilbert earlier. Last week we saw that.
Yeah, and so I don't think anything massively destabilizing up there. But the story of today is the orange markets, because they're the ones that are winning overall. We've got Atlanta and Dallas showing significant easing. Two of the largest markets, big distribution centers in the United States. Showing that easing. You've got Cape Girardeau right here around Memphis, both showing some tightening signals. So, these two markets together are pretty good size overall.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you are operating out of Memphis or heading into Memphis today, I think definitely spot market activity is probably going to be a little bit more elevated.
Yeah, sure.
And if we look at the chart of Dallas and Atlanta real quick, this is easing off of I guess it is a pretty decent little drop out of Dallas from 25 to 23%.
Yeah, it's fairly decent.
That's historically significant, but I don't think it's going to be dramatically different from what we've seen in this market over the last few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Zach. We'll catch up a little bit later in the show. Right now, let's toss it over to Kaylee Nix.
Thanks, guys. We'll have one more carrier update before we round out today's show. Right now, we've got another quick break, and then we'll be back with Mike Bowden-Distel talking about what's going on in the ocean markets and how those shippers are feeling the squeeze. We'll be right back.
What does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
This iteration of Sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from PowerFleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with PowerFleet.
Welcome back to FreightWaves Now. It's no surprise if you're an ocean shipper, it's a rough life for you right now. Might even say that you're trapped in the house of pain.
Trapped in a house of pain. Yeah, you know, who knows? Yeah. Who we have? We have Mike Bowdendistel is on with Stock Out, and we're talking about the House of Pain, right?
Yeah, talking a little bit about the house of pain for these ocean shippers right now. Mike, welcome to FreightWaves Now.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you as well. Talk about what's going on. We've mentioned the rates struggle. We mentioned the capacity struggle. How is this just getting even worse and worse for these ocean shippers?
So there's a lot of different factors right now, and we go through this in this report. You mentioned the title, Ocean Shippers Trapped in the House of Pain. It's available on the FreightWaves Sonar blog. It's the first item up there, just published yesterday. And there's just a lot of factors that are reinforcing each other to keep capacity tight, to keep rates high. It's not just the fact that there's a lot of elevated, imports are at an elevated level coming into the U.S. It's also been these COVID outbreaks in China in certain terminals. And that's caused a lot of the ocean carriers to accept as much freight as quickly as possible, basically accepting pretty much, everything in fear that there's going to be another terminal getting shut down, which, it turns out they're accepting, too much, which is causing more containers to get rolled. We have some good data in there that we got from Project 44. Just to give you one stat, across 30 ports, the number of containers are being rolled to subsequent vessels rather than the ones that they were originally scheduled on is 42%. That's up from 30% last year and 23% 2 years ago. And the port of Shanghai, it's close to 50. It's right around 50%. So shippers are frustrated there. Of course, it's causing ocean rates to surge. You see some of these indexes like the Drewry World Container Index, 3 times what it was last year. And so to chase those rates, ocean carriers that are not in that eastbound Trans-Pacific lane are redeploying vessels, to that lane, chasing those lucrative rates. And keep in mind, this is really more of a boom in U.S. imports rather than a global container, shipping, boom. So they're chasing the sort of the shiny object there. But of course, redeploying those vessels into that Trans-Pacific lane is causing an exacerbation of the congestion that we've seen at the West Coast. We have some data in there on the number of booked vessels just from China to LA and Long Beach. And, that's gone to 50 a day from 35 to 40 a year ago. And before COVID, about 30. So you have a lot more vessels. It's sort of no wonder there's additional congestion. And that additional congestion is just taking so much capacity out of the market. There's different estimates there, but some would say it's anywhere from 10 to 25% of the total ocean capacity is being just taken, out because there's so much congestion at various ports. And so that just sort of reinforces the tight, capacity, situation. And we don't really see any evidence of this going away anytime soon. I was just reading a research report from one of my former colleagues at Stifel, Bruce Chan, who's talking, Expeditors Management, saying that, they expect, no relief at least through the end of this year, possibly, well into 2022.
Yeah, and that relief is probably not going to come in the form of more capacity. But what's this? So you talk about the redeployment, and we've talked about this before, the redeployment of capacity from those north-south and south-north lanes to the east-west trade, or west to east. How is that affecting the rates on those other secondary lanes? Are they starting to increase to try and draw some of that capacity back?
Haven't really seen that. I mean, we look at the Freightos, index across all those major lanes, and still the ones that are rising the most, even in the past, let's say, month, have still been those, Trans-Pacific, lanes. China to the U.S. West Coast, China to the U.S. East Coast. So those others have been more muted. I mean, I think it's really just a function of the fact that there's just a lot more demand to move goods from China to the U.S. It's not really a boom globally in terms of total container movements. I think overall it's total. Globally, it's been a pretty moderate increase the last couple of years in containers, but we still have a huge boom in U.S. imports.
Mike, when it comes to sourcing the capacity for as much of these goods as we're demanding right now, we've seen a lot of shippers take the expensive route, turning to air cargo instead as kind of a release valve for the ocean. But to that point, in China, we're also seeing now COVID outbreaks shutting down cargo terminals at some of those major airports. So now people are going to have to revert back to ocean in the hurry up and wait of ocean freight. Is there any form of release valve at all secondary if both the ocean side and the air side get kind of this bottleneck and there's really nowhere for anything to go or nowhere for shippers to go to find this extra capacity?
No, I don't think there's a relief valve. And, air freight is only a relief valve if it's a product that makes sense to move. I mean, it has to be a small product and one that's very valuable in order for air freight to make sense. Most products don't fit into that category. So most, ocean shippers can't use air freight just because it's not economically feasible, even if that capacity is available. So shippers are in a tough spot. I mean, some of these mega shippers like Home Depot and Walmart are actually chartering their own vessel. But some of the others, I think, maybe their best strategy is to use someone like, an Expeditors because they have access to, a lot of capacity. Or there's actually a company now, NYSHEX, New York Shipping Exchange, which is trying to basically make a market for, ocean rates that actually have teeth, ocean contracts that have teeth, where you actually are guaranteed a spot on that, vessel. Really sort of addressing this issue of the containers getting rolled from one, vessel to the next vessel to the next vessel, and shippers not getting their containers imported in time.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing to do, get those forward contracts on that capacity that have some teeth on them when you're talking about international and the different coalitions of carriers, et cetera, right? But speaking about those containers a little bit, Michael, we earlier in the week we were talking about how there's 3.8 million containers, I believe, were manufactured in the first part of this year. Is that a futile effort? I mean, how does that change anything when you have 52% being rolled? It's not because there's no containers; it's because there's no ships to carry those containers, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's really the capacity on the water in the key lanes is really the issue, combined with not having enough capacity at the ports, and there's capacity constraints with warehousing, and you don't have enough draymen, and intermodal terminals are congested. I mean, there's just all this congestion. I mean, just having more containers is not really gonna help. I mean, if anything, it could make it more congested if they're in sort of the wrong places and piling up in those things.
Yeah, because that's part of it too. The container's in the wrong darn place, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about with the argument between the export. Are you taking exports from the U.S. back to China or empties, right? I mean, that's the whole argument there, is the container's in the wrong place.
Exactly. I mean, so much imbalance in the market right now. I mean, there's always lots of imbalance. U.S. imports way more than it exports, but now the ocean rates are something like 20 times higher, going eastbound than back westbound, and so they have no interest in waiting for those containers to get reloaded with U.S. exports. So that makes things difficult for exporters that export from the U.S. that export things like bulk grain, soybeans, things of that nature, scrap steel.
Mike, let's flip gears really quickly to your show, The Stock Out. Last week's episode was really, really great, talking about the food biz podcast and food retailers. Go watch that if you haven't yet. What do you have on deck for this week?
So talking about a variety of things. I mean, in some, also some things with food, and are we seeing some, easing of inflation? Given that some of the pressures specifically on food, like China, demanding so many imports of grain and those things, is causing some of those prices to be off their highs. So some food, and then also some of these issues in transportation I'm going to discuss as well.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much, Mike.
Great.
So check out The Stock Out. Airs Friday afternoons right here on FreightWaves TV.
Absolutely does. You learn something, I guarantee you. Mike knows his stuff.
We're going to toss it to you one more quick break, and then we'll be back with a look at your shipper update and our last live guest of the day.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from Powerfleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with PowerFleet.
This iteration of Sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
My name is Richie Daigle, and I'm a Sonar sales executive. Something that not everybody knows about me, I spent 3.5 years as a pitcher in the San Diego Padres organization. What do I love about Chattanooga? It's a great place to be if you love adventure. My wife and I love getting out hiking with our dogs. Yeah, it's a great place to be if you love the outdoors and love a sense of adventure in your life. Yeah, whether it's trying to help clients solve problems or help them find ways to capitalize on opportunities, I strive to help people use data to think proactively. I enjoy chess, and so if I can help people think 3 or 4 moves down the road and get out ahead of some of these changes and trends in the market, I feel really good, because I feel like thinking proactively and getting out ahead of the market fluctuations is a great way to succeed in this day and age. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Love to chat with you. You can reach me via email or phone.
Hi, welcome to your shipper update. I'm Mike Vincent. He's Anthony Smith. Anthony, what's going on, my friend?
So last time we were talking about the LMI, and that's what we're going to kind of dive into is the Logistics Managers Index and what it is. And so we kind of talked about it. It's kind of like the PMI, wherein anything over 50 is indicative of expansion within the logistics industry, while anything below 50 is indicative of contraction within the logistics industry. So specifically what we're looking at here is warehousing capacity. And so within warehousing capacity, we're seeing a few trends. And so not a few trends, but within warehousing, I should say, we're seeing a few trends. So warehousing capacity below 50. So it's at 41 percentage points, showing that capacity is indeed very low. And now this makes sense because in the same report, it also has inventory levels, which is showing a reading of 67.8, showing that inventory levels are increasing. So, of course, a little bit yin and yang.
So inventory is rising faster than additional capacity.
Exactly.
Is what that's telling
exactly.
you, right?
And Mike, what's the end of the year usually look like? What kind of season?
Oh, it's holiday season. It usually happens most years.
Most years it happens, a peak season.
Except leap year. No.
Does it happen leap year? I'm not sure. Anyway, so looking at it, we're going into a very busy peak season. And so on top of an enormous amount of backlog building up, more stuff coming in. So like we said, Zach Rogers put it in, it's like you've just missed out on 4 or 5 days of sleep straight. Right. Cracks are showing here because we're seeing such this enormous amount of backlog, this high consumer demand that's going on, now built in with ongoing demand that's going to happen throughout this upcoming peak season. In our next chart, we're going to look at what's going on with capacity utilization. And we can see right now, roughly 70 percentage points up there, kind of showing that capacity utilization is indeed very high. When we look at it in a production standpoint, productivity utilization, that's going to be kind of equated to a very high number. So showing that there is a lot of utilization. And each incremental utilization rate that we're seeing right now is exponentially more expensive.
Is that due to the availability of capacity and the inability to add more quickly, right?
Exactly.
It's the barrier to entry or the difficult in adding more warehouse space.
Exactly.
Those increases, boom.
Exactly. And so one of the great things that we're mentioning about the LMI, so if you haven't already, check out the.lmi.com. You can join in on the survey there. But once you kind of look at the LMI and some of the other aspects, of course, inventory is going in, things like that, the other aspect, future expectations. The expectation is that utilization is going to remain quite high, inventory levels remaining high, showing that prices in our next chart here going to remain at record levels, showing that this reading right here, this 88, essentially it's 87.9, but 88 percentage point reading is the highest that we've seen on record for the LMI, the Logistics Managers Index. And the expectation is that it's going to remain well within that 80 percentage point range. And so showing that exponential high warehousing prices. The other thing that's really high on here is transportation prices. We don't have the chart pulled up today,
Well,
but that's another area that's really high. And so showing all those things really kind of keeps that idea, that expectation, that upward price pressure is going to be here to stay for some time.
It is. So what does that have your outlook on inflationary towards the consumer?
So I think that definitely. So there's going to be ongoing inflationary pressures. I think hopefully we've seen the majority of those exponential increases, and so we'll probably see
more
some
little incremental stuff.
Incremental stuff, exactly. I mean, we're looking at things like automotive. We saw one where it was well over 20% on an inflationary level, I think closer to 30%. The following month, not as high. So we're kind of starting to see some easing across the board. But
not deflation.
Not deflation.
But
and
just
another area that a lot of people have to think about is shrinkflation. That's not something that a lot of people talk about. And so essentially almost paying the same amount of money for a little bit less goods. And so maybe a little bit more air in those bags of potato chips.
Better check it. Sold by weight, not volume.
Exactly. And so I think that's going to be an area that we're looking at, not exactly things getting more pricey, but you're paying more for less. And I think that's just going to be a way for manufacturers to continue to get those goods out, potentially those shippers to kind of make ends meet or deliver the product while still those consumers, maybe they're used to buying 5 in a pack. Now they're going to buy 4 in a pack for a different price. Then the 5 for a pack is going to get a little bit more expensive. So it's
you think we'll get the hot dogs and the hot dog buns matched up?
That's not going to happen.
No.
That's not going to happen. That almost sounds like a good Economy Lately episode, maybe. Shrinkflation. I don't know.
I like it. I like it. I like your inspiration. I like it. Anthony, thank you so much. We'll catch up a little bit later in the week, I suppose. Right now, let's toss it over to Kayla Nix.
Shrinkflation, what is it and why does it matter? Coming soon to Economy Lately. Thanks, guys, for that shipper update. Right now, we've got our last live guest, Brian Rice from Dre Depot. He's the president and CEO there, talking about how to identify and correct inefficiencies in a supply chain system. Brian, thank you for joining us on FreightWaves Now, and welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
We're very excited to talk to you today. We obviously just got done talking to Mike Bowden-Distel about how pretty much anything on the ocean sector right now is so highly inefficient, and there's really nothing to do that you can fix it. What are you guys doing at Dre Depot that is trying to help solve this problem?
Well, first off, let's just let everybody know what the supply chain is out there, right? So the supply chain is just individual organizations, resource activities, technology involved in the creation of sale and product. The supply chain, it encompasses everything from the delivery of material from supplier to manufacturer through eventually to the delivery to the end user. This is very complex and has evolved over time to accommodate the exponential growth of our civilization. But however, the complexities that we've seen and resulted is there's a lot of inefficiencies that need to be addressed. What are we doing here to try to create less inefficiencies in the supply chain market? We are trying to put our best foot forward and create an iCloud application that's universal friendly. It's going to have to be friendly user. Obviously, we have to make sure that it's universal for every steamship line, every shipper. There needs to be more transparency and communication when it comes to drayage and tracking and tracing. And that's what I wanted to get into. There's so many inefficiencies in tracking and tracing. It's costing shippers, manufacturers, any customer that's moving drayage from ocean to the domestic side when it comes to the dray part. They're losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in demurrage storage fees. There is no communication. There is no great visibility on how to track a box. So here at Dre Depot, we're going to try to do our best to put our foot forward and try to come up with some sort of solution. And that's where we're at with that.
Excellent stuff, Brian. Good morning. First of all, thanks for being here. This is an interesting topic because when you start talking about international shipping, and especially when you start talking about ocean, there's so many different players that are out there, and you got so many big, you got the Maersks and the One Line and all these other huge conglomerations of shipping. But then you've got drayage, right? And drayage isn't necessarily is fairly fragmented, and getting all that data together is difficult. You're talking about that transparency, the trackable, the tracing, knowing where different events are happening between all these disparate players in the same logistics supply chain stream. How are you going about doing that through the iCloud? How do you de-silo all that data and get it all hooked together?
That still remains to be seen. We're working with some top software engineers to try to come up with an application, Dray Depot style. What else are we doing? First of all, drayage is the transport of goods over a short distance in shipping and logistics industries. I just want to get that out there just so everybody knows the difference between maritime and ocean freight and drayage.
Sure.
There's a lot of inefficiencies in a whole as far as the logistics industry goes. There's labor shortages, right? There's people that are sitting at home. They're getting paid more from the government. They don't want to go back to work, okay? So every port and terminal is dealing with something like that. Nearly 90% of the global trade is handled through ports, and without the necessary employees, we can't get the work done. There's equipment shortages. The tremendous number of container needing to be moved puts a strain on carriers and availability to their fleet. We don't have enough drivers to go in there. So space shortages, there's not enough space. We need to start creating more infrastructure inland. I know you guys were talking about that a little bit earlier, but the space, we have poor tracking and tracing, and that's what we're going to get into. The customers and brokers do not have an effective way to work with carriers partners to obtain the real time. We need real time information for the status of loads, knowing. So I always use an analogy. It's like the alphabet. A to M is going to be the ocean freight. Takes 30. Well, now it's taken 60 to 90 days to get over here to the States. Once it gets here, it's A to M. They drop it off. N to Z is going to be when a 3PL or a direct asset is going to take that box. Where's the box? Sometimes we don't know where the box is at. So how are we trying to address this, right? So I know we can't tackle all of these issues at once. We can't solve them overnight, but I think there's one that we could start with, and that's tracking and tracing. A common tracking and tracing process is archaic, man. You perform it, it's adequately. It results in increased shipping costs because we are literally making phone calls and sending emails. If the emails don't get answered, we don't know where the box is at, right? So there is no real-time updating going on. So there has to be a universal application out there that could assist overall, where it's universal and every single person is using it, and it's got to be user-friendly too. We can't have it be, obviously too. What word am I looking for? Someone help me.
Well, it's got. You're hitting it right on the head. It's got to be user friendly. It's got to be easy to use. It's got to be a tactical solution that you can use, and you can have a homogeneous decision making across the board, regardless of who the player is. Right? I mean, that's what you're going for, right?
100%. I agree. It would allow the parties to go in and find, fingertips where the movement process and given loads, along with relevant information, know how many free days are left, how many, what the charges are. In drayage, it's so much different than full truckload, and that's why Dray Depot. That's why we're a little bit different. We're very different. We're a niche. We're going directly after drayage and intermodal. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to ask you a question. So, Brian, I mean, part of the issue there with the track and traceability and the inefficiency, the cost, is kind of fine movement of freight, is knowing exactly where it is, but it's not necessarily always just between the shipper and the consignee knowing where that freight is. That's really, that's important. You want to have visibility of where your freight is. However, it's more important really for those individual players to be able to line up those services. Is it on the vessel? Is it at anchor in San Pedro? Is it at berth? Is it going to hit a dray and be cleared and come into the Inland Empire and cross dock? Or is it going to hit the intermodal, and having those services ready to accept those individual shipments and or TEUs, boxes? That's really the goal, right? That's where the efficiencies happen.
100%, and the efficiencies happen when everybody's being efficient across the board, right? So when the proper information is coming from the steamship line, from the shipper, and obviously the end game 3PL or direct asset, whoever's handling that to the end door. That's the problem. People are not. It's it's mayhem right now. So just to see what's going to happen for Christmas mayhem, I don't even know what's going to happen. So tracking and tracing needs to improve. A lot of people just, the problem with drayage is the LFD and the accessorial charges and the port congestion fees and all the fees that could get added onto these boxes. The communication and lack thereof, it just creates the increment of these accessorial fees, and every box is becoming so expensive. So that's where the communication, that's where we need to have an automated system that it's almost like an Amazon barcode where we're scanning it and every single person has the same scanner and we know exactly where that box is checking in. We should be able to follow it along on an application very easily.
And so, Brian, of course, that's the dream, right? In a perfect world, this is how everybody would operate. How do you get people on board with this? For this to really work, it has to be international, global cooperation to make that happen. But it's not like that actually is actually like a feasible goal within these next 5 to 10 years, right? To get everybody on the same page. How do you start taking those small steps to get people on board with this? And logistics is kind of an archaic industry. We're resistant to change. We don't like to push forward unless it comes on the heels of a major disruptive event, like, you know, an entire 18-month-long pandemic. This could be our event. How do you start those small changes to get everybody on board for this bigger switch that needs to happen?
You know what? I would love to tell you my secrets, but I can't really reveal them right now. So we're using a Google Sheets, Google applications. We really have a great organizational way and process and procedure here at Dray Depot to keep track of the containers. We're slowly becoming really big player when it comes to freight forwarding. Players coming to us to manage their portfolios. So they're really liking our visibility on both sides. It's live updates. We have a great operational team here who that's their job is we're updating containers left and right to make sure that it is real-time updating and our customers know it. Do we fall behind? Is there a gray area in our system? Absolutely, and that's why we're having this conversation. I hope other people that are watching out there, they start getting creative and thinking outside the box and come up with some sort of application because it's just not working. It's broken. The system is broken. I feel like we could turn over so many more boxes if there was just more communication and we had more visibility on where that box is. And there's so many boxes that are just buried in some of these ports and terminals. Oh, yeah. And I'd like to say this: the ports and terminals and the steamship lines, they're taking real advantage, almost criminal, of what they're doing with the boxes when they come in, and they're not really moving as fast as they possibly can. I went into something. This is a totally different conversation, but the unions down at the ports and terminals are like the mafia. They're going to be terribly hard to break through. These people. I'm just speaking truth. I'm from Chicago, so
you are.
The Teamsters, maybe Hoffa. They run the union. So we need to make sure. I always had the idea of maybe to turn some boxes over to have an Amazon mindset. Amazon does it right. Maybe they don't do it right because they're not unionized, but they're 24/7 mindset. And unless we hop on board on that vision, it's just nothing is going to change.
So Brian, I hear your call to arms, and I think the end goal is certainly something that many people can get on board. Where do they go to say, hey, we're on board with this. We got some solutions. Let's talk.
Absolutely. So B as in boy, Rice at draydepot.com. Hit me up. We're working with some of the top software engineers in the game. We are coming up with an app. And we're very excited about it. And we look for anybody to reach out. If we're welcome any ideas to help us along because it's only going to help everyone else in the long run, right? So that's what we're trying to do.
Great, thank you so much, Brian.
Good stuff there from Brian. Reach out to him if you want to help out the mission there at Dray Depot. Take some arms with him. We've got one more quick break, and then we'll be back to wrap up the show with Nick Austin. We'll be right back.
What does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from Powerfleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with Powerfleet.
This iteration of sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user.
The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
Well, welcome back, and thanks for joining us for FreightWaves Now. Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. I want to talk about another large wildfire, this one out west like most of them are. This is the Caldor Fire, which is in eastern California. Earlier this morning, we talked about the Dixie Fire in northern California. That one's been burning for 6 weeks now. This is a much newer fire. It's been burning for about 10 days. But it's big. It's covering 104,000 acres already. So let's check it out in Sonar Critical Events. Of course, Sonar subscribers get access in Critical Events to all the weather information that they need to know, including where all these wildfires are. So again, 104,000 acres in size. It's only 5% contained right now. Up until last weekend, there were just many days where the winds weren't cooperating since this fire started. And there have been little spot fires that have been jumping U.S. Highway 50 on the northern end of the fire. And if you look, it's not that far. The fire is not far from South Lake Tahoe, which is a huge popular resort area. The smoke has been drifting in that direction too. So guys, the crews are really trying to get control, at least for now, of the eastern side of that fire. Because that's the direction that it is spreading at this point, since the winds have kind of shifted directions since the weekend. So just one of 90 plus large wildfires across the country right now, and most of them are in western states.
Nick, let's check out a video from this fire that you've got for us, found it on Twitter. Like you said, explosive growth from these fires.
Right, this is the Caldor Fire, just one of many crews in one part of the fire here, trying to lay down the containment lines and get things under control. There were some structures and possibly some homes nearby in this area. And these crews are made up, this one here looks like it was a lot of local firefighters in the area, but there are crews from USDA Forest Service and a lot of other agencies, state and federal, that are involved in these fires. I mean, just the Dixie Fire up in Northern California alone, I think there's 6,000 plus personnel, firefighters and other personnel just working that one fire. This one probably has several hundred or maybe even 1,000. So that's just the way it's going. A lot of these fires are just getting hard to control. And unfortunately, there's not much rain, if any, in the forecast for a lot of these spots, maybe in the coming weeks, let alone days.
Not good news there out west. Thanks, Nick, for those weather updates today. We'll have you back tomorrow. Let's recap our headlines for you this morning. The Surface Transportation Board has been told to examine reciprocal switching on railroads between the United States and Canada. That order came down from President Biden in his July executive order that targets competition between ocean carriers and railroads. Reciprocal switching on the rails has existed for decades in Canada, but it is not the standard in the United States.
Sticking with news on the rails, Union Pacific will increase the amount of biodiesel used for fueling Progress rail locomotives. The engines will use a 20% biodiesel mix in specific electromotive locomotives, and this blend is an increase from a previous 5% blend. UP has the goal of decreasing its Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 26% in the next 8 years and says this is another step on the way to carbon neutrality.
In the weekly Department of Energy average retail diesel benchmark price dipped 3.2 cents per gallon yesterday, its largest decline since a 3.3 cents per gallon drop at the end of March. This is the 4th week in a row that the DOE posted a price moving a different direction than the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the CME commodity exchange.
Yes, and you can find all these stories and much, much more content on freightwaves.com. Right now, let's check in with Zach Strickland and a final carrier update. Hi, welcome to your carrier update brought to you by Powerfleet. I'm Mike Vincent. He's Zach Strickland. Sure. Last one of the day, man. Let's make it count. What's up there?
Let's make it count. So tender rejection rate, seasonality view here over the last several years, all over the place. You know, surprisingly, we've spent a lot more time up here than down here over the last several years. Very, you know, I think very unexpected.
This time last year we were thinking, oh yeah, after Chinese New Year's, everything's going to go back to normal.
This time last year we were down here. This was not last year, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying this time last year we were looking at this, we were thinking, well, next year we'll be back.
Yeah, next year we'll move down after the holidays. It'll be fine. Everything will be great. Then 2 years before that, we never thought we'd be back up here.
No, not after coming down off the.
Yeah, right. So right now we are roughly at about 22.3% tender rejection rate, still historically high. Anything over 15% we really consider to be extremely high tender rejection rates. That's an 85% compliance for shippers.
Yep.
Not something they're accustomed to seeing, historically speaking. Like, no. You would be fired right away as a carrier if you had that level of compliance. And now it's the national average. You know, 80% compliance.
Right.
So we did tick down a little bit over the last couple of days and it looks like it's slowing its increase a little bit, you know, and that's a little surprising because we still have some ways to go before Labor Day.
Yeah, we certainly do.
You know, September 6th-ish, I believe, is when it is. And that's, you know, like I said, about 2 weeks away. We wouldn't expect to see any kind of easing leading into the holiday. But this is not a big easing. This is about a 0.5 percentage point move down.
We also saw the increase a little early this year.
Exactly. This was an early increase. The anomaly was here, not here.
Yes. Exactly.
So things tightening a little bit. I don't think things are going to change there significantly. I don't think we're going to come back down to 20% or anything like that. So don't expect that much easing, even though we are seeing a little bit of a notch. Look at the outbound tender volume index to see why. And we've got a little notch here. Demand remains extremely high. We're still on
really
trend.
Nice trend line.
There's no trend divergence here. This one's coming up from the early part of August, probably continue into Labor Day. Just a little bit of a notch here, just to take a little bit of a breather. And then let's go to the weighted rejection index map to see where in the country can you expect that big potential increase of spot rates or the other side.
Yeah, the other side. Yeah.
The blues are where you're going to see increasing upward pressure on spot rates, activity, et cetera, week over week. And then the oranges here are the ones where you're going to see less activity or some softening in the rates potentially week over week. Now, it shouldn't be significant by any means because you saw that tender rejection rate. It only came down 0.5 percentage.
It's not like you need to take all your assets out of Atlanta and run to Memphis.
No, it just means that week over week we're seeing a little bit of easing. Atlanta, again, a huge market. It's in the light orange. Something to keep in mind. You know, don't pull all your freight from going into Atlanta by any means.
It'll turn blue eventually, I guarantee it.
It's a huge volume market. Dallas, a little bit more concerning in terms of that darker orange, as well as Jacksonville. Jacksonville down here, very volatile market, but tender rejection rates still up around 40%. So you've got relative points here.
Relative points. If you're in that market all the time and you understand that market, this is incredibly useful because you can see where those trends are really moving in those markets. To look for, hey, wow, that's really light. No. Dallas isn't like just unbelievable with just capacity.
These are the early warning signs for any kind of capacity changes. And speaking of early warnings, let's go to the chart. Look at Atlanta and Dallas's tender rejection rates. And like we said, nothing to get super pumped about or, you know, worked up about.
If you're a shipper,
if you're a shipper, or anything to get super worried about if you're a carrier. Rejection rates came down from about 25 to almost 23% in Dallas. This was a little bit of an anomaly in my mind versus the downward trend. We're kind of correcting that market a little bit. And then Atlanta, similar situation, not a big divergence from trend here by any means. So if you are operating out of these markets, you're not going to see like some sort of drop off in activity. It's just simply like
20 seems to be the floor.
Yeah.
Right? And we've talked about that. We started to see that increase a little early. Now we're seeing a little bit of correction. Probably going to start going back up. We're not going to 18.
No. I would expect both these markets to be back up here in the next week or so.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Zach. We'll check up with you again tomorrow. Have a great afternoon. Let's toss over to Haley Nix.
That does it for us here on Freight Waves Now. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
At Skybits, we've been providing asset monitoring solutions longer than anyone for trailers, intermodal containers, and all types of remote assets. Our entire customer success team is dedicated to helping you extract, analyze, and act on the data we capture to maximize capacity, reduce costs, and eliminate downtime, making you smarter, safer, more productive, and more profitable. Skybits. Smart assets. Proven results.
Sourcing load coverage can be a fragmented process for full truckload brokers. If your carrier list is stored in a spreadsheet, your load boards require separate logins, and all of your communication is done through email or over the phone, it can take forever to train new employees and scale the growth of your business. TITMS compiles all of your resources into a single page. Create your shipment to instantly display available carriers. Email everyone in your carrier network with just a few clicks. View all your rate intelligence tools. Post directly to load boards. Receive carrier quotes with zero data entry. And with a carrier scoring system and compliance tracking, all of your reps will know exactly which carrier to select. Make finding load coverage fast and easy with TITMS.
Make sure you don't miss the demo for Lean Solutions Group on efficiency and how we're augmenting the workforce through automation for the transportation and logistics industry.
You may wonder what separates ArcBest from other companies.
It's not just what we deliver.
It's what do we build along the way.
We build relationships,
where the focus is always the customer.
Together, we can build a partnership. That makes it easy for you to do your job.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome to ArcBest.
Hey, Drive Safe Dave, we talked last week about bird's eye view. The station in the nation. We appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Hey there, welcome into another COVID-19 update sponsored by AIT Worldwide Logistics. AIT is a global freight forwarder with more than 85 locations worldwide, providing sea, air, and ground solutions for customers in nearly every industry.
How are you guys doing?
Today I'm joined by Vaughn Moore, AIT's president and CEO. He became an owner in AIT in 2012 after leading his team in executing a friendly leverage buyout of the company. He's a 25-year industry veteran with a diverse background including extensive sales, public speaking, recruiting, and management experience. Vaughn, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Andrew. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you today.
Nobody knows. It just happened.
Yeah, the pleasure is mine, Vaughn. Let's talk about this capacity crunch. It's been affecting the freight forwarding industry ever since really the beginning of the pandemic. How long do you think this situation is going to persist?
Well, the first thing I'd say is by this time we had all hoped that we'd have a little bit more of the port congestion solved. It is not solved. I would also tell you that we probably didn't expect to have all three aspects, air, ocean, ground, affected as deeply with capacity as it is today. So I would say from a timing standpoint, we're all trying to do our best to be prognosticators as industry veterans or even surprised by what's going on right now. But I would say that we won't see any real
our customers are in,
I think, solution to it until Q2 of next year at the earliest. So we're probably looking after Chinese New Year, especially on the ocean side. But I believe it's affecting, as I say, air and ground too. So we're certainly seeing a lot of uncertainty, but we also have the Delta variant out there, which could throw another wrench into the plans.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the Delta variant. It seems to be all the headlines, whether you're in the U.S., UK, or anywhere in the world right now. How is the Delta variant impacting your supply chain?
Our customers have asked us
over the years a little too early to tell at this point, but the one thing it's doing is causing uncertainty. So what it is, hopefully everyone is planning for being able to figure out if you have to move to a shutdown, if you're in a certain city or country, you're making sure you're making those adjustments for your own company. As many of us were trying to get people back into the office during this time. But so we have to be able to plan for that, make sure that we're on top of it. We see different countries coming up with different rules and regulations. Even in the U.S., we're seeing it different by each city. So we're just having to watch that and be very diligent, I would say, making sure that we're protecting our customer base and our employee base throughout that process. So it's an interesting time for us.
Basically the same thing, right?
In the industry, it's the hottest it's ever been in M&A. Mergers and acquisitions have never been hotter, and the performance in the industry across the board has never been better. So it's an unusual time, to say the very least.
Yeah, Vaughn, AIT has been a very active participant in the space. You guys have been on torrid pace, really. 7 acquisitions already. What is making this market so hot for M&A and freight forwarding in particular?
We love that kind of stuff here at BCB.
Again, I reiterate the performance of the industry as a whole. Logistics is a hot industry, one that performs well, whether there's a pandemic or a recession or whatever's going on. We seem to be able to weather that storm. And that says a lot about the people that are in the industry, the companies that are healthy. They're popping their heads up now and saying, hey, maybe this is the time to sell. Multiples are at all-time highs in some cases. And more importantly, the companies that are doing the buying are in a healthier position than they've been in years. So maybe this is the time for them to snatch up those companies and add value to what they're building. And that's certainly what we have done here at AIT Worldwide Logistics. So opportunity is ripe. And I know that this is especially true for companies that are healthy, and they can take advantage of the market for the next probably year to 2 years.
Vaughn, that makes a great point. You know, healthy balance sheets on either evaluation side, on a seller side, and healthy balance sheets from the buyers. It's a good time to be in the M&A market. Vaughn, thanks so much for your time and insights today.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that's been another COVID-19 update sponsored by AIT Worldwide Logistics. Stay tuned to freightwaves.com for more from AIT and from us here at FreightWaves. Thank you.
Welcome to another episode of At Your Doorstep. I'm your host, Kaylee Nix, and this is the show that complements our FreightWaves brand, Modern Shipper. We talk about all things new technology, gig economy, and getting things done in the modern world. On today's episode, we're going to be talking a little bit about making that gig economy work for you in this new landscape in a post-COVID world. We'll be talking to Steve King, partner at Emergent Research. Before we get into that, though, let's take a look at some of today's top headlines on modernshipper.com. One of our top stories on modernshipper.com right now, could a DoorDash and Instacart partnership be in the works? Maybe, according to a report by The Information. DoorDash has released conversations from the last few months stating that they have some interest in looking at a partnership between themselves and Instacart for grocery domination. This deal could be valued between $40 to $50 billion if it ends up coming to fruition. And as e-commerce skyrocketed during the pandemic, the environmental toll of home deliveries hasn't gone unnoticed. More and more consumers are becoming conscious about the packaging and the delivery methods that get their goods to their doorstep. Managing editor Brian Strait writes about this consumer concern on one of our stories up on modernshipper.com. Whether you're looking to build a new career or supplement your primary income with just extra cash in your pocket, gig work is something that a lot of people, not just those young millennials, have turned to in the most recent times. Today on At Your Doorstep, we're here with Steve King, partner at Emergent Research, to talk about what it is that is drawing so many people to the gig economy, if it's sustainable for people to seek this kind of work. Steve, welcome to At Your Doorstep. We're very excited to get into this conversation a little bit today.
Yes, great. Thanks for having me.
So first things first, to go ahead and introduce yourself. Let's get a little bit of background about what you do at Emergent.
Sure. I'm Steve King. I'm a founding partner at Emergent Research. We're a research and consulting firm and focused on the future of work with an emphasis on small businesses and independent workers, which is our term for people that have non-traditional work relationships with their employees, meaning that they're not traditional employees, they're self-employed in some form.
So that kind of gets into the colloquial term of gig economy. What would you consider to fall under that umbrella term, and what doesn't that count with?
Yeah, we consider pretty much anything that isn't a traditional job to be within the gig economy. And so if you're self-employed in any form, if sort of the classic gig workers, Uber drivers, TaskRabbits, et cetera, independent contractors, freelancers, but we also include a few groups that actually are listed as traditional employees, but they don't have the traditional employee relationship. And by that, I mean temporary workers, people working for temp agencies, as well as people on short-term contracts, because they share the same issues around a lack of a longer-term relationship potentially with their employer. So it's a very broad mix of people. Our estimates are about 40 million last year. There's been a surge this year, and we're just working through those numbers, so it's going to grow quite a bit. Most are doing it part-time, often to supplement their income or to pursue a passion of some sort. And it's been growing steadily for the last decade or so.
How are you guys doing?
The numbers.
We're doing
It's kind of this idea of a side hustle where you have this full-time gig and then maybe you're doing something else on the side. I can speak to myself by somebody who's, since I've been out of college, held 3 different salaried positions while still also holding at least 1 or 2 part-time positions. You know, I'm part of that workforce that's also involved in the gig economy. And that kind of covers it from the definition standpoint. But how about from an earnings and taxation standpoint? How do gig workers differentiate themselves from normal workers in that way?
The biggest thing is you're what's called a 1099 worker, which means instead of having what's called a W-2, and these are employment relationships, IRS relationships, instead of having a W-2 relationship, you're an independent worker and you get a 1099. That means you're self-employed in the eyes of the government. So you have to file taxes quarterly instead of once a year like traditional employees do. You have to take care of your own withholding. You don't receive the traditional benefits of employment. You have to pay for your own Social Security. You don't have time off. You don't have unemployment insurance. And so you miss out on a lot of the benefits and the safety net issues. But the big issue is you have to pay your own taxes, and you have to pay the self-employment tax, which normally an employer will pay half of that and the employee will pay the other half. Gig workers, independent workers have to pay the entire 12.7% themselves, or a little higher now. So those are the biggest issues from a tax standpoint, and from an earnings standpoint.
That can get kind of pricey when you come down to tax time, and if you haven't been keeping track of it and setting aside the funds that you need to manage that. So that's kind of one detractor. But what is it that draws so many people to gig work? Obviously, the idea of it being that non-traditional role, you don't have to have a degree, you don't have to have all of these requirements that you think are standard and typical of your 9-to-5 corporate workplace job. That draws a lot of people in. Or is it more of that being your own boss kind of thing, or is it kind of making the idea of making as little or as much as you want based on your effort?
For the people that are doing it full time, it's primarily around flexibility, control, and autonomy. Work-life flexibility, control, and autonomy. People want to be able to choose the type of work they do, when they work, where they work, and how they work. We do a lot of studies and surveys on this, and those are always the top reasons. The second reason is there is a desire amongst a large percentage of them, usually about half, say, I wanted to be my own boss. And that gets back to control. If you're your own boss, you're under control. You have control over what you're doing. And the third reason is pursuing a passion of some sort. And passion's interesting. People are passionate about different things. There's obviously arts and things that you hear about having passion for that. I want to be a musician or whatever. But a lot of people have passions. There are lawyers that have passions. I want to only do copyright law and I want to do it under my own control. There are accountants that are passionate about accounting. Why? We don't know, but they are. And so you have passion is really the third reason. When we get to the people that are doing it to supplement their income, a lot of the part-timers, you get two things. The supplemental income's usually about need. I'm having a hard time making ends meet, and or I've faced some sort of financial hardship or difficulty, and I have to raise funds to do that. We found that about 1 in 5 gig workers tell us that the ones that are doing it part-time tell us that financial hardship has played a role in their decision to be a gig worker to supplement their income. The other part of part-timers goes back to passion again. Passion is their second, usually scores second on why they do it after need the income. And so the reasons vary quite a bit, and they vary by type of gig worker.
So how has participation in the gig economy changed broadly over the last, let's say, 5 years, but then specifically with the COVID-19 pandemic? And we can take this both from an employee and an employer standpoint. Are more employees flooding the gig worker workplace because maybe they were let go by their full-time employer? And then are more employers becoming more willing to accommodate these gig workers as part of their employment strategy?
Yeah, so let me start with the last 5 years. It's the number of gig workers, broadly defined, has been growing, and it's been growing at about 2.5 to 3 times the rate of overall employment over that pre-COVID period, and most of that growth came from part-timers supplementing their income or pursuing a passion, but part-timers in general. So we've seen a steady growth in this segment now for well over a decade. We've been tracking it for over a decade. So it's been a long-term trend of growth. COVID's interesting. The impacts, employment overall fell substantially, and gig economy employment fell last year in 2020. We had it declining about 13%. So we actually had it declining at a higher rate than traditional employment, not by a whole lot, but a higher rate. But since starting last summer, we started to see a surge in independent workers, and we've seen that surge continue. And that's been driven, initially it was driven by the need for supplemental income or the need for income, because so many people did lose their jobs. So many people had their hours cut. Incomes fell. So we saw a surge in independent work starting for that reason. Going into this year, we've seen that surge continue. A lot of people are reevaluating their relationship with work and what they want to do with their lives. Not unusual when you have a massive shock. We saw a little bit of this back in the Great Recession of 2008, go back to the Depression and the action. And a lot of them are then, because of that, saying, I really do want the freedom and flexibility, and I'm going to go start my own business of some sort. There's also something called YOLO, you only live once. It's very popular with millennials. I don't know your age, but based on watching you on TV here, you may have friends that have just said, YOLO, I'm only going to live once, so I'm not going to be beholden to a corporate master. And so we've seen a real surge, and we're just getting some numbers in now, and it's pretty strong. And the third driver with that is we now have all of these platforms that make it cheaper and easier to start your own business. Mm-hmm. And economic theory is real clear on this. If you make something cheaper and easier, more people do it. So that's happening. Over on the employer side, employers, meanwhile, are saying to themselves, I need to be more agile. I need to be more flexible. I need to be able to have my costs, reduce my fixed costs and add to my variable costs. So if business goes down, my costs go down. If business goes up, I can ramp up quickly also. And because of that, they're telling us that they're increasing their use of gig workers versus traditional employees. And that's a very consistent message from corporations in all parts of the economy.
I was going to touch on the fact that we're having trouble kind of in all aspects, all industries, attracting people back into the workforce coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that has to do with several factors, but also a lot of it has to do with the fact that this younger generation, which I'm a part of, I'm 24, so that like right on millennial, Gen Z generation.
Ooh, Gen Zer.
Gen Zer, we'll count that. I was born 1996, so I think they still count me as a millennial, like four days into 1996. But
there's a debate about that. Yeah.
A lot of these companies are having trouble attracting this younger talent into their workforce because that talent has grown up in an age where they see their parents struggling, see their grandparents struggling, and they say, we don't want to work. We don't want to only be working our entire lives. We don't want to live to go to work. We want our work to support us in the life that we want to build. Do you think that it's up to employers to kind of take this transition and look at the gig economy as a good option for offering this transitional or even just additional aspect to attracting these younger workers? Is that how we get more people into the workforce and replace out the aging generation?
So our advice to corporations is to do two things. One, too many companies are too inflexible in how they treat and work with their employees. The reality is you're going to have to be more flexible. And you're going to have to provide more flexibility, more autonomy, and more control to your traditional employees if you want to have traditional employees. Particularly, there's talent shortages all over the place. So particularly if you're going to attract high-end talent, give them the flexibility, autonomy, and control that comes with gig work. And guess what? They're more likely to work for you as a traditional employee in that role. So that's number one that we tell our corporate clients. The second thing is, yes, you want to, for a whole range of people, even if you do that, they're still not going to want to be traditional employees. And so expand your use, be more open to the use of gig workers, and fill them in where it makes sense. And we call that whole thing workforce optimization. Companies will have an optimal level of traditional employees and gig work. Right now, the average corporation has about 25% roughly of their total effective workforce is non-employee labor. Gig workers and others. And we think that'll grow, according to our research, into the mid-30s over the next 5 years, which is a huge shift in the way labor moves about. So, yeah, we think corporations need to do both. They need to treat their traditional employees better, and they need to create systems and capabilities so that they can hire more gig workers.
So let's talk about those platforms that you mentioned earlier. A lot of the companies that we think of when we think of gig work, the Uber, the Lyft, that you're participating in this gig work on your own, but you're using somebody else's platform to do it. And a lot of those platforms have rolled out plans for autonomization, I guess is the word for it, autonomy in their platforms, whether that's delivery drivers or autonomous vehicles or even self-driving like Ubers, for example. Do you think that this move into autonomy and this move into robotics and technology is a threat to the gig worker? And do those gig workers see it as a threat, or do they see it as an opportunity to stay on with this company and capitalize on their tech investments?
Yeah, the autonomy work, autonomous vehicles, and the artificial intelligence behind that and automation in general definitely replaces some jobs and replaces some gig jobs. At the same time, though, it creates new jobs, and many of those are also gig work. In terms of autonomous driving, it's pretty clear in terms of how most of us think about autonomous driving. That's not going to be available for a number of years still. And so in the short term, certainly in the next 5 years, we will see limited rollout of fully autonomous driving replacing some drivers and certainly some gig drivers. But 5 years from now, most vehicles will still have a human being in the driver's seat without a doubt. It'll be very limited in terms of the rollout. And there's still a lot of hurdles there. So I'm not too worried about that. But another good example is warehousing and logistics. We've seen robotics expand greatly in the warehousing and logistics area. But at the same time, the number of people working in warehousing and logistics it's one of the fastest growing segments of the economy in terms of employment, much of that gig work. And that in that case, the automation is actually leading to the need for more employees, not less. Those employees are just doing different things. And that's the history of automation and technology in general. And so we're what many call techno-optimist on this. The history tells us that automation actually in the end improves working conditions and leads to more jobs. Now, in the short run, though, there are dislocations and people do lose their jobs. So there's going to be winners and losers, but the net effect's going to be positive in terms of gig employment, is our view.
It's going to depend on how things shuffle out and how you get those replacement cycles of those workers. Let's switch gears a little bit to something that we cover pretty intensely here at FreightWaves. We cover a lot of legislation when it comes to independent workers and contractors, especially the AB5 legislation in California and how that relates to trucking. Our writer, John Kingston, has covered that pretty extensively. Let's talk about the difficulties when it comes to regulating these independent contractors, both from a governmental side and then also for making sure that they're treated fairly and that they're working not overworked and that they're being paid the same. What kind of struggles do you guys see that independent workers have when it comes to being treated fairly?
The biggest issue is what a judge in one of the very first Uber cases said, which is we've got this is a square peg round hole problem, and it continues to be that, meaning gig workers do not fit into our legal system well at all and our regulatory system well at all. And as a gig worker, you are missing benefits, you are missing protections. For example, there are many OSHA rules that don't apply to gig workers, which, as someone who studies this thing regularly, it's just shocking to me that you could have jobs where if you're a gig worker, you have a higher rate of death. I mean, we should be able to fix those things. So the challenge is most gig workers don't want to be traditional employees. They don't want to give up what they've got in terms of flexibility, autonomy, and control. And so we've got to figure out a way to make gig work safer and more secure, while at the same time not destroying the benefits of gig work that so many people take advantage of. And I'm actually a gig worker, and so by our definition, and I would never want to go back to traditional employment. So and nor do I need to. But so the challenge is the middle ground, and there's some things we can do. Portable benefits, delinking benefits from traditional employment is something that's been actively explored. Senator Mark Warner, Democratic senator from Virginia, is a proponent of portable benefits, where you would, as you move from assignment to assignment, some of the employer as well as the gig worker themselves would contribute to different funds that would help cover things like unemployment insurance, like health care, and others. Prop 22, which passed, kind of gets at that. The Uber drivers and other rideshare drivers and delivery drivers that are covered under Prop 22 get access to some level of additional benefits that traditional gig workers don't get at. So portable benefits is one step. We've been against, our view has been against a third level of classification, which is today in Europe and Canada, many countries have third levels of classification that give partial protections to non-employees, but not all the protections, but more protections that if they're not classified as a dependent contractor is a term that's usually used. We're now coming around to the fact we may just have to go with that type of legislation. But the key is we've got to figure out how to make independent work safer and more secure while at the same time not spoiling it.
Do you think that one of those solutions could be in kind of a hybrid model of unionization for some of these gig workers? Not quite the traditional union standpoint, but an idea that there is some kind of organized leadership that they're fighting for their rights, but still maintaining that level of autonomy.
Yeah, I do. The freelancers union's been around for a while and has had some success in New York with passing laws that help out freelancers. They're mostly writers and creatives and so forth. Hollywood's had that model for a long time with the guilds, the Screen Actors Guild and others, that actually provide protections and benefits and even a form of bargaining, even though they've gotten exceptions to the law that doesn't allow collective bargaining for gig workers. So there are some middle ground areas. We've seen in different places the Black Car group in New York. Seattle's tried to get some union type activities. New York recently had some legislation that didn't go anywhere, but where it was an attempt to provide sort of a first level of collective representation. Bargaining, of course, is not allowed under federal law. So collective bargaining for gig workers. So I do think we're going to continue to see the evolution of they're called neo-unions in some circles, new types of unions, or even the traditional unions that are showing interest in figuring out how to provide a collective voice to represent gig workers. So yes, I actually do think that. I think long term, gig workers will eventually be allowed to collectively bargain also. But there is something called the PRO Act that's been passed by the House and stalled out in the Senate. We don't think that's passing anytime soon, but long term to us is 5 to 10 years.
That'll be interesting to watch, and I love this conversation. I'm sure that we'll have you on to talk about this more as the gig economy continues to move in this circular nature of it. Steve, thank you so much for joining us. If people want to learn a little bit more about what you guys do at Emergent Research, where should they go in to figure out kind of about some of your guys' research?
They can go to our two websites, emergentresearch.com, and then we have a blog called smallbizlabs.com, www.smallbizlabs.com is where we publish our stuff.
Great. Thank you so much again for joining me on this episode of At Your Doorstep. It was a pleasure talking to you, and then have a good rest of your day.
Kaylee, thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And thank you for tuning into this episode of At Your Doorstep. You can always find all of our episodes on demand online at freightwaves.com. You can also find them anywhere that you listen to your podcasts, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Our show airs live every Tuesday at noon. You can find that on Freightwaves TV and also on LinkedIn. And we will see you guys next week.
Hello, everyone. Welcome once again to Transmission here on Freightwaves. I'm Sebastian Blanco. Over there is my co-host, Grace Sharkey. Grace, tell me how you're doing today.
No, I am doing absolutely great. I love this time of the year in Michigan. It turns into a 90-degree heat wave that's extremely muggy and ends the day with rain. So I don't know how anyone could love that more. But how are you doing?
Yeah, it's warm here, and that's just the way we like it. You know, we'll complain about the cold in a few months, but that's okay.
Exactly.
I was on a plane earlier today, coming back from another fun vehicle test drive. This one with Toyota doing the GR86, which is nothing to do with this show, but it was definitely a fun time at the track this week. And you know, the storms that you're talking about definitely messed up air travel. But I'm here. We're all here, and glad to get this show out to people because, as usual, at least according to us, we think we have an excellent guest today. And before we introduce him, let's hear a word from our sponsors.
When you switch to AIT Worldwide Logistics for automotive shipping, you're partnering with a team of logistics professionals in Asia, Europe, and North America who develop customized supply chain solutions that are just as unique as your business. Whether it's trans-border, hotshot trucking, express ocean service, or an exclusive air charter, AIT has the expertise, technology, and carrier connections to achieve your production goals every time. Check out their link in the show notes.
All right, so you know we love the supply chain around here. You know we love to understand the nitty-gritty of how it works. And today we have with us Carl Brasic, spokesperson for Impinj, which I believe is based in Seattle. Is that where you are, Carl? And how are you doing today?
It's a hot one in Seattle. Yeah, that's right. We don't have air conditioning, so we're just going to sweat this one out.
So the listeners and viewers at home, if you want to, feel like you're part of the show, just step into a sauna, crank it up, and then put the headphones on, and we'll all sweat through this one together. Yeah, the topic at hand today is stuff you guys do called, you work with RAIN RFID. And while some people might know what it is, and from what I've read, there's a lot of little microchips involved, but give us an overview both in general. I saw on the website that there's a lot of industries that it can work with, including, healthcare, retail, and airports and things like that. And then get into some specifics about how it works with automotive manufacturing and also the supply chain.
You got it, Sebastian. Yeah, thank you for having me on the show. RFID or RAIN RFID is a passive, so think batteryless wireless IoT technology. The technology consists basically of a tag, which is comprised of a silicon circuit or an IC with a unique ID programmed into it. Couple that with an antenna for RF communication, and you got yourself a basic tag. That tag will get affixed to an item. In this case, in this industry, think about automotive parts like a chassis, seat belts, airbags, even a tire. And when a tag is wirelessly powered up by a reader, the information from that item gets transferred and sent back to the reader. So that an item or part information collected by the reader is consumed by the manufacturer to create intelligent workflows and processes that are automated and just practically more efficient. The beauty of it is it's just that you can read thousands of items in a second at a pretty decent range. In an automotive plant, a couple of meters. Hence, there's lots of automotive parts that you can track, think Kanban and container component containers. But also you can just narrow it down in scope to just one item. So think about a race car red, a rear passenger door going through inline manufacturing and tracking that all the way through to a mid-sized passenger vehicle. So it's flexible like that. The tag, it really costs pennies, doesn't require a battery, and can be read without line of sight. So, and one thing about this technology that may be different from using a homegrown proprietary technology is it's a standard. So it's worldwide. The interaction between the reader and the tag is a common language and uses the same RF protocol. So the technology can be deployed and operated the same way. It doesn't matter if you have an automotive plant in Europe, China, or the US. Not only that, but not only does the automotive manufacturer able to take benefits from this technology, but their whole ecosystem can, all the way back to the beginning of the ODM component supplier. You essentially get this end-to-end supply chain benefit by using the technology.
Before we get into some of the examples, go ahead, keep going.
A bit more. Yeah, so I'll just tell you some of the examples. I was will say I was fortunate one year to attend a lean management seminar from Toyota in a previous role. And when I came to Impinj, I finally really understood how automotive manufacturers are using RAIN RFID to deploy powerful lean management tools to create basically more efficient workflows without sacrificing quality. So if you think about it, inventory accuracy is really important to automotive manufacturing. Being able to identify, locate, authenticate an item via an automated RF technology has immense value in understanding your supply chain and your inline manufacturing on the automotive floor. So if you want to stay in spirit of lean management principles, many automotive plants depend on RAIN for automation of efficient vehicle assembly, safety compliance, quality checks, and operations. With RAIN RFID, they can basically minimize or eliminate manual or paper-based processes that are time-intensive and prone to errors. So workers don't need to, in this case, enter information about what they've done in a system or pass along paperwork. You can essentially automate all of that. So I'll give one example. There might be on the factory floor, automotive components being loaded onto a truck. Using a RAIN system, when those components move past a dock door or past a reader, it's inventorying all of those items. If it's the wrong items, an alarm will light up. Essentially, down the line, this helps ensure that the proper components go onto the proper vehicles, or just as importantly, that the improper components don't get installed, or worse, get undetected once they're installed. So your work is basically, it's more efficient with a lot fewer errors.
Yeah, and like I said, we want to talk some of the specific automakers that you work with in a little bit. But before we drill down into that, obviously one of the main topics here has been the chip shortage, the way that COVID has affected manufacturing. How has that interacted with the things that you're helping companies work, the customers that you work with? Has it been a big deal? I mean, these are chips. I'm guessing they're not the same kind of chips that the automakers are looking for their vehicles. So maybe there hasn't been a shortage to produce these, or maybe there is. Like, how does all that interact?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. And the entire industry is dealing with this currently and likely for the next couple of quarters. I mean, really, the automotive space was the first to raise their hand during the pandemic regarding the impacts of the semiconductor shortage in a very, very public way. And rightfully so. I mean, there's more semiconductor chips being added per vehicle per year. So one car could use up to 500 to 1,500 chips, depending on the complexity of the vehicle. So when you have several automotive manufacturers beginning to resume plant operations earlier this year, when they went to the semiconductor providers for chips, the semi industry, which was also impacted by COVID and not immune to the same safety and health precautions every industry had faced, were really unprepared. They were building a limited capacity. They were tightly managing inventory. And as a result, the semi suppliers and their associated supply chain were really ill prepared for the sudden uptake in automotive demand. And unfortunately, you know this better than myself, several automotive companies had to reduce manufacturing capacity in extreme cases, really, furlough workers, which is really unfortunate, a very tough environment that affects not only all the way back to the semiconductor wafer fabrication plants, all the way through the supply chain to the consumer looking to buy a car on the lot. We at Impinj has not been immune to these same manufacturing issues, and we are managing through that closely with our partners to provide the tag ICs that they build, the tags that go into the vehicles themselves. And I would say one mitigation tactic that our vendors are using is more than ever, it's important to understand with limited supply what you have and where it's at on the floor, on the factory floor, or where it's at in your supply chain and how soon it will be delivered to you. So we begin to see companies driving for digital transformation using this technology with improved visibility and operational efficiencies. We saw this prior to COVID. We're seeing it even more now with the chip shortage. So businesses are accelerating their plans, investing, trying to get global visibility and improve operational efficiencies. And there's even industries outside of automotive that looked at the automated aspect of RAIN RFID, doing things automatically that doesn't require human intervention. If you think about automated self-checkout, right, this technology can enable that. That means there's not a clerk interacting with a consumer, which means the safe distancing and managing through COVID. So there's even an acceleration of how do we get more of these automated RF technologies to create that space or to create that efficiency that's needed.
It's interesting because you look at the supply chain models of the automotive sector, and it's very fragmented. And this seems like a very great tool for that type of supply chain. It's and you touched on something so great, which is having the standardized data across all fields. I think that's something that a lot of people, when we look at visibility within just even supply chain as a whole, and once you move your supply chains globally, there's a huge difference in how different companies standardize their data sets. And there's a lot of manual labor that goes behind getting those into a certain standard way in order to produce this visibility outcome for, managers within these supply chains, or really the end consumer at the end of the day. So I love that you're creating this simple, small way of creating that standardization that seems pretty easy to implement, like you were saying, in every aspect of these supply chains. Could you dive deeper into a few of your customers and companies and auto manufacturers that are using this today, what companies are using it, and how they're using that within their own production lines?
Yes, thanks, Grace. Great question. There are a couple of vendors that come to mind. I'll start first with Daimler. Daimler has announced plans to fully digitize production operations by 2025. Specifically, the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans. They use RAIN RFID to automatically track and identify parts, including doors, mirrors, seats. So production logistics and quality assurance, employees know exactly where a particular component is at a given time. Tag components have gone from a single digit of tags in the vehicle to several dozen per Sprinter. Using RAIN RFID, components can be automatically identified and checked, removing work steps and the need for employees to perform routine steps. The automated checks confirm that the correct components is in the correct vehicle. And again, they're being very efficient without sacrificing quality. When I look at Volvo for a minute, Volvo's been using RAIN RFID for a number of years, as back as early as 2008, to boost their automotive production, tracking assets all the way from the welding to the paint job to the point of final assembly. They actually bolt a RAIN RFID tag onto the chassis with a unique ID at the start of production, and that tag travels with the vehicle all the way through all the work steps through the whole product manufacturing process. So you just really, as you're configuring vehicles along the way, you know exactly how to configure that vehicle for which market, for which type of model, based on reading that unique ID that's bolted to the chassis. In a similar vein, there's other European vendors that are also doing using RAIN to do automotive manufacturing. Some that come to mind are Audi and Volkswagen Group. Audi recently announced that a RAIN RFID tag is going to be attached to every Audi manufactured at the plant in Germany. And again, just like Volvo, the tag will stay with the vehicle for the life of it. And it'll provide key vehicle information such as body design, paintwork, motorization, and equipment inside the car. And so that every Audi vehicle that rolls out on the automotive line is consistent with the configuration selected by the new owner. So that's pretty cool, I think. Audi vehicle logistics employees use. What's even more fascinating is they're beginning to get multi-use out of the tag. So they're looking at actually in logistics having drones that fly autonomously over the vehicle dispatch area to collect relevant information to help ensure that Audi knows, where their stock's at and what it's doing, and that if cars are completed or not. I think all these automotive makers we just talked about, I mean, fundamentally, they're all using RAIN in a very similar way or to similar ends. I mean, really, it's the right components need to go to the correct vehicles in a very efficient and expedient manner, where there's little to no rework if possible can be avoided, and automated workflows and checks can be put into place. If I just switch a little bit over to tires for a minute, Michelin. Look, Michelin's been at the forefront of RAIN technology, and they've really been a pioneer. They've been advocating in the space. They've been advocating for tire technologies for many years now of using RAIN RFID. Today, about 90% of their large tire line is RFID tagged. So think like construction, earth mover type vehicles, tires. but they've already been very public about moving their entire, tagging their entire tire line, including passenger vehicles. That is super exciting to me. It should be super exciting to you. What could be possible in the future with that? And Michelin really wants tires to become part of the Internet of Things. Really exciting, like connecting objects, just like we do with Internet of Things today. And their expansion into the entire line of automotive tires really highlights the benefit of the technology for them, and I think in the future for consumers.
I actually, I used to move some of those really big industrial tires, and I can tell you right now that you don't lose them, but it's interesting to be able to follow their supply chain and track exactly where they are. You know what? I lied. And we have a podcast on our crime log. I almost lost them to Mexico once. So that actually would have been much helpful. So that is really interesting though, especially just for average day tires to be able to track them throughout the whole lifetime. That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, Michelin's vision is really broad and exciting. I mean, they see use cases including better tire management, predictive maintenance, really important. How many times do you retread a tire? How many times permissible? Write it to the tag. Get rid of the tire when it's expired on its retreading. And then there's even driver assistance feature optimization we're looking at. When you think about better tire management, there's actually 3 tags. Typically, there's 3 tags per tire. I don't know if you knew that. There's like the label on the outside. There's another label that's kind of on the inner wall. Then there's a vulcanized tag that goes inside the inner wall of the tire itself. And that's really the one where you get the maintenance, the stickers used for inventory goes away. But the ones that stay at the life of the tire are the ones where you can build predictive maintenance. And you can really get to a part where you're empowering users and fleet managers to anticipate, when retreading is going to be needed, right? Instead of, it takes some of the guesswork out of it. Driver assisted feature optimization, smart vehicle type stuff. I mean, that's more in the future of what's possible. If you think that if the user or the passenger vehicle already has a tag in it, in the tires, if there was a reader in that passenger vehicle, a RAIN RFID reader, what could that reader tell the driver? What could that reader tell the garage? What if there was a world where you drive into your favorite shopping center, and your shopping center says, "Oh, time to retread your tires. We have the garage set up for you to go do that. Go shopping, come back and pick up your car, and you'll have your tires retreaded, and all the information about the PSI and the type of tire and the tread and everything's all automated and sent to the digital log you have, maintenance log. And so you don't, as a user, have to know anything about your tires. Have to know they're Michelin, right? But everything's taken. That's very futuristic. It's just a personal kind of example that I've sometimes I think about, but it's possible now that if you're moving this technology closer to the consumer.
And that leads me to, I think, what might be our final question as we run out of time here. The tires, obviously, the things you're talking about, those tags would stay with the vehicle. In the manufacturing process for Volvo or Daimler or whoever else, do they, take those tags off when the vehicle is done on the line and reuse them in any way, or do they still remain in the car that they sell to people? Really?
In my experience, not many of the tags are reused. There are ones that they may use, like I think a Kanban and stuff, that's separate from being in the vehicle itself. So specifically to your question on the vehicles, they kill all they electrically kill all the tags at the end of manufacturing. You should be able to, if I had a RAIN RFID reader and I walked around your vehicle, I shouldn't be able to read any of those tags, or if I did, it's really meaningless to me what those the content of those tags have or what they do. Because I don't know what the electronic product code or the unique ID that they're using is, but there are ways that you can, per spec, that you can electrically kill the tag so that it will never respond again to another reader. So, and that's just one way to protect privacy and not, there's no need to reuse those tags today. It could be in the future, but today I don't know if automotive manufacturers have that need.
I guess that was a nice short answer, which gives us time for one more. You talked a little bit about the benefits for people if these sort of tires can exist. And I'm guessing some of the main benefits for car shoppers in general would be that the costs are lower because the manufacturing can be more efficient. Is that sort of the main selling point for these for automakers? They can just reduce costs and therefore offer better value to customers?
I can't speak for the automotive manufacturers because I don't do pricing for them. I imagine the efficiency they're getting from the manufacturing process is passed along and just makes them more competitive in a very tough market. I would think, knowing what you've heard today, you should be confident that the right components are in your car, and they should all be operating and working properly because they've built this automated process of quality assurance, making sure that everything that's been assembled in the car is for the right region, for the right configuration, with the right authorized components. So I'd feel much better that what's in my car is authentic and it's going to work just great.
Yeah, and with all of the complications happening right now, but like we said, with COVID, with the chip shortage, it's nice to know some things can still go right.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Where can people learn more about Impinj and or Rain RFID?
Yeah, sure. Our website, www.com and www.impinj.com. We've got a lot of great resources on as soon as you hit the website. I'd encourage viewers to go look at the use cases and all the various use cases, not only in automotive, but as you said earlier, Sebastian, in retail, supply chain, logistics, baggage tracking. There's a lot of medical. There's a lot of great companies really taking advantage of this technology, and it's really growing fast.
Great. Yeah, it's a mind-boggling industry overall. Thank you so much, and I hope everyone has a great week.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. I have a mentor, and she convinced me to continue my education. No one receives a diploma alone. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Honey, what I think you need is a socket wrench.
I played JV basketball.
I'm sorry. I don't think it looks right.
This is good, and it's all good, baby.
Is it really all good?
If you love me enough to routinely test your handyman skills,
not to mention the strength of your marriage, then of course you'll visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure I'm in the right car seat.
I'm gonna call my dad.
I got friends only wanna talk business. I got expensive, cause winning's expensive. I got expensive, cause winning's expensive. I've been reading all the work, and I've been shutting down stars.
And welcome to Put That Coffee Down, the Freight Sales Show for closers. My name's Kevin Hill. I'm your host today, along here with Richie Daigle.
Yeah, good to see you, Kevin.
It's good to see you, too. We have an exciting show. We're going to talk about, what is it, Richie, Newtonian physics today?
I don't know if we'll get there, but
we might. We might throw that in there.
I got, my son, who's almost 16 months, he has Newtonian physics for babies. So we're trying to get him started off on the right path.
On the right track, yeah. Do you have alchemy, too?
We do have general relativity.
General relativity.
And a few other things, so yeah.
Now, we're going to be talking about pricing strategies, which might get into Newtonian physics because the freight market is a very complicated jumble of different markets. This is what we'll talk with Omar Singh, founder and president of Surge Transportation. You have the shipper carrier market. You have shipper to carrier market, the shipper to broker market, but you also have another market out there, which is the freight broker to carrier market on the contract side, and we're not even talking about spot markets yet. So a lot of variables out there, and it should be an interesting, exciting discussion.
Definitely. Looking forward to it.
So, and speaking of Surge Transportation, it's the fastest growing 3PL in the logistics space today. Based in Chicago and Jacksonville, they offer unrestricted access to almost all accounts, limitless territory, and a chance to be a key player in a growing company. To find out more, email jobs@surgetransportation.com. Once again, that's jobs@surgetransportation.com. But let's jump right now into our first segment here, and that is a new one, buy or object, right? So we'll throw out 2 or 3 different concepts, and either you are buying, you are going to sign on the line that is dotted, or you have an objection.
I tend to have objections, and I tend to have a lot of questions, and so sometimes questions.
Objection is emotion is what? Like an object is emotion?
Something
like that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, you're going someplace, and I'm going to trust you that it's going to be good.
So here's they can be sales strategies, sales concepts. Everyone has their own opinion.
Yep.
That's the reason why there's 1,000 sales shows out there, sales training programs, all of that. It is just all over the place. So the first concept. Outside yesterday, picking up Anthony, and it was her first day at a new freight brokerage, and it was we started talking, and trial by fire came up.
Trial by fire. So
as a training program, not saying that she's going through trial by fire, but certain organizations like trial by fire.
So here's my thought, and I'm going to say that I object. But I'm also going to say that I don't have enough information from only hearing trial by fire to know if I really object. Because if that is the crux and the core of your training is like, hey, just go figure it out, then you're just being lazy with training. like that's not an effective way. How much is that costing you? Have you run an analysis on how expensive all those mistakes were? So I think that trial by fire, when you've equipped the person with a fire extinguisher and a fire suit and some tools that they can use to say, here's what you can use to go figure things out. Here's some basic training, if you will. Now we're going to put you out there on the floor. That makes a little more sense. But if it's just like, hey, you're here, day one, go get them. And that's I got problems there.
Yeah, there's an extreme, right? Here's some leads. Here's a book on freight, maybe, or maybe no. Just listen to people around you and just pick it up. I mean, that's a little insane, but you can go through a lot of training, but you don't really learn it until you apply it, until you get out there. So I think every situation is a trial by fire. At some point, you can have enough preparation to go out there. I think a lot of freight brokerages don't have that, which is what you're talking about. And there is a drawback of over-preparing too, or over-training. Because then, as you apply that, that's a lot of information to start applying. You get confused, you get in your own head, and that can be a sticky situation as well.
I think the question is, what tools do you have and what kind of fire are you fighting, right? Are you throwing me in to trial by campfire, or are you throwing me into trial by one of these fires that's burning out in California right now that's taking up several thousand acres, right? Like, what are you throwing me into? What's the situation? Is this like a scenario like, never going to get out of that, but he's going to learn a lot, or is it something where it's achievable? That makes a big difference.
Well, as someone who learned to swim by being thrown into the lake and having to swim to get back to the boat, I'm kind of used to it.
That sounds traumatic.
Okay. It wasn't that bad. So number 2, the second one, are you buying or objecting? Richie Daigle, is the double call.
Let me ask you.
Where you can't get the prospect on the phone and you call back immediately.
Quick question. Is this double call the same number, or are you double calling cell phone then office? Same number.
Same number. Separate numbers, I don't think anyone would object to that.
Got it. Okay. Just wanted to clarify. God and the devil are in the details here.
It is, yes.
So I would say object to a double call. If they didn't answer the first time, what are you going to get if they answer the second time? And is that really the person you want to speak to? Be patient. Be patient.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that one. No double calls. And triple, quadruple calls, no, please don't. Have a little patience. Give it 15 minutes. Give it 20 minutes. Give it, give it some time. And it also kind of smacks of you're trying to get a sell. You're trying to get a sell, and you flip the leverage over to the other person.
And how are you utilizing your time? Do you not have your day structured to where you feel like, do you have the time to where like you just need to be calling this person over and over and over and over? What about everything else that you have going? Where are your odds? What is the way that you can use your time in the way that's going to be the best odds for success? And is calling this number again really doing that? Is it achieving that for you?
And that salesperson probably is not doing enough prospecting. All right? That's one of the key red flags. You're not doing enough prospecting if you have to have this deal right now.
Exactly.
You should have like 10 people on your line that you can just call anytime that you need some money, especially in freight brokerage, right? Transactions. You need to move some loads. You should have 10 or 15 people on your speed dial that you can call and see what's happening, see what's available, and generate that income.
You should have momentum, right? And if momentum in that relationship is lacking, then that's a problem, right? Mm-hmm. And if you have that momentum and you have trust, then both parties should understand that, okay, this person's not available. I trust that we're still in a good spot. We still have this momentum building. I'm just going to reach back out. Now, I might make a note, hey, they didn't answer this time. And if they don't answer 12